Welcome to the Mern Stack e-commerce tutorial. In this video, you will learn how to create a full stack e-commerce website using MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js, and collect payment from users using a payment gateway like Stripe. You will also learn how to use Redux toolkit as well as WebSockets to send and receive notifications from users. This application has two main parts: an admin account, where you create and manage products, users, as well as orders, and a regular user account that can browse products, add them to cart, and make payments using Stripe. Completing this project will definitely make you a better developer and enrich your portfolio, whether you are looking to get a full-time job or get into freelancing. So, if you are excited to get started, let's get into it. So in this first part, we will create the two apps, right? So we'll need to have a front-end app and a back-end app with React and Node.js. So I'm going to create a new folder here. Just call it ecommerce YouTube, right? And within this folder, so let's just create our, so I'm going to use create React app, right? And I'm going to use the latest version. I can just call it ecommerce YT for YouTube, so front end. And we'll do the same for the backend. So let's just add another tab here. And for this one, we'll just create the server. And we can, so cd open it with our editor. Right, so now let's start with installing the dependencies. So npm init -y, and I'm going to install the dependencies we need. So we have Express, we have socket.io, we have bcrypt, we have cloudinary.env, Mongoose. For MongoDB, we have Stripe, so Stripe validator, we have course, and let's install them. And while it's doing that, so let's create our server. So let's say new file, so server.js, and here we'll start our server. So you can say const express, say require express, const app equals express. So HTTP for our SocketIO, because we'll need HTTP. We have the server, so const server equals HTTP. We can say create server with the app, and we say const, so server equals, so we require socket.io, and IO. So WebSockets allow us to send messages back and forth. In this case, it will be the notifications for users. So we need it with our server. That's why I'm doing it like this. So new server with the server, and we'll add here some course. So we'll make sure that course from now, let's just put everything here. So any front-end app can have access to it, and the methods as well. So let's just put the wildcard here. Okay, and we can have here, so our app, let's make it use the course app that use as well. You can say express URL encoded, and let's say extended to true. We can as well use JSON from express. So let's just make sure that the server is running. So listen, port 8080, and we can just have the callback function. Let's say console log, so server running at port. Okay, we'll come back to this file, but from now, let's just make it work. And we can set up the commands here. Actually need to install again npm I nodemon, so we can have our commands here. Let's remove this test, and we create our dev command that uses nodemon, so server.js, and we can have a start command that uses node, so server.js. So now we can use the command npm run dev, right? And let's change what doesn't work here, so express, and try again. Okay, so course, we need to have const course requiring course, and now we have our server running. Okay, so we can stop there and switch to our front end, and we'll work on the front end on this first part. So for the front end, we need to have dependencies as well, so like routes, right? And to be able to handle pages, so we'll install React Router DOM. So let's look at the dependencies. So I'm going to open my terminal. Let's install Redux JS toolkit, so that we can use Redux JS as well. We need to have Stripe, so React Stripe JS. Let's actually remove all this, and when we'll use it, right, we'll install them. So from now, we just need to have Bootstrap and React Bootstrap. So let's install them, right? So now we can as well install, let me just reduce the size, npm I, so React Router DOM and React Router Bootstrap for our pages. So once we have this, let me set up mine. So you don't have to do this, but I have to put it on a different port. So port 1001, and now we can say npm start. So npm start, and yeah, let's see. All right, so we don't have anything here. I'm going to look at the React Bootstrap website, and let's just look at the components. Actually, get started here. We forgot something, which is the CSS. Make sure you have it. Okay, and we can look at now the components, and one is the navigation. Okay, so let's just take this one, and we'll create a navbar component. So we need to have a components page, and we need to have another one, which is the pages. For the components, so let's create the navigation here. and use here RFCE. So it's a shortcut you can have in your extensions and just search for ES7. Okay, so I'm going to paste this and let's import. So navbar, we need to have button. Okay, and nav. So nav, and this will be our navigation. In our app.js, let's remove all this and we'll say so browser router coming from React Router DOM, and this will have a component called navigation coming from our navigation component, and we'll have our routes here. Okay, and then we have here the route, and for the home page, so index, and the element will be our home page. So in our pages component, we create here home.js, so RFCE, we say home page. We'll have other routes, but from now, let's just put the home page here, like this. Again, and for to match everything else, we'll just say route. Okay, so the path here, wildcard to match everything else, and we say element is going to be, so route here is not imported, we need to import it, and element we say home. Okay, so back to our navigation, import nav dropdown and container. Right, so if you look at it, we have our navigation ready. The next step is to have the pages. So let's create the home page. We have the home page, I mean the login page and the sign up. So RFCE, and we'll have here the login page and the sign up. So we need to have here to return a container, and this container will have a row, again coming from, so row, and a column, so MD6, right, like this. So we'll have two columns, one for the left side and one for the right side, and this one will have a class name of, we'll just say login form dash dash container, and this will have a form. So the style will be of width, so the width will be 100%, like this, and we can have here on submit, so that will be handled by something like a function we call handle submit. Okay, we'll come back to that function, and within the form, so that's where we'll have our title, so h1, so log in to your account. Let's remove this. So log into your account, and we'll have a form group, and within the form group we'll have a form, so that label, for the label, so email address. Okay, and we'll have the form control, it's actually not it's actually self-closing, and type of email placeholder, you can say enter email. So value is going to be something coming from the state. So from now, let's just put it like this, and yep, let's make it required. And then we can just copy it again and have your password. Type, we can say password. The same for the placeholder. The value and the required. Let's add another one. And we'll have here just a button. Again, make sure it comes from React Bootstrap. And it says, so login. Like this. And it will have a type of submit. And we'll have below here, so paragraph, don't have an account. So it's the link coming from React Router DOM. So we can just say link. And it will go to, so create account. So going to be sign up. All right. So let's put this in our routes. So path login, and the element is going to be our login component. The same for the sign up. So I'm just going to copy whatever was in the login. Sign up.js, RFCE for the sign up. And actually here we need to have some state for our login page. So we have const email, set email, use state. So the same for the password. You say password, set password. All right, and then we'll use them here. So the value is going to be the password, and the value is going to be the email. And we have an unchanged here, so unchanged takes an e, and we say set email e target value, and the same, so unchanged set password e target value. All right, and now we can just copy everything that's within this return, and let's put it in our sign up. Yeah, and then we just change some things. So sign up or create an account. Okay, so there is no difference. That's why I'm having it like this. The only difference is the image that we'll have here, but basically that's it. So let's say here class name, sign up image container. Let's copy it and let's paste it in our login. So class name, and here we say login. All right, so let's see what we have. If we go to login, we have our login page, and if we go to sign up, so we don't have it, let's add it. Just copy this and paste. Sign up. Okay, let's go back to the sign up page and import all of this. We have row, we have call, we have form, we have button. And the state as well. Put it here. So say use state as well. So use state. Basically, it's just repeating the same. Say here link from React router done. Okay, so now we have the create account and the login page. Right, for now let's just think about the design. So we have the sign up image container and the login image container. Right, so we'll find images for that. So I'm going to use Unsplash to find my images. It's unsplash.com, and you can do the same as well. So let's first link them. We can just have here sign up.css and import it here. So import sign up.css. Okay, I'm going to use Unsplash to get my images. Okay, so I have my image here, and I just targeted this selector, the container, and then let's put now, so the background image, and just have it as URL like this. Okay, and now we can have here a height, 90 view height, and background size. We can say cover and see what we have, and we have an image, right? So you can even change that image. So let's target the sign up form container. So we say display flex. So flex direction column align item center. So height 100 view height and justify content center. So the login image container will be the same, right? Let's see what's going on here. The sign up. Yeah, so you need to say here sign up, right? So that it becomes aligned. And the same for the login. So we'll just add an image, right? You can do the same here. All right, guys. So I changed the background images, as you can see, and I added some space here. So if you want to add some space, so you can just use the class name, so mb3, and I did the same for the login page, right? The same with for the sign up page as well. And I added this media query so that to just hide that images on smaller screens. So now if you look at the login page, right, so we have as well this nice add-on page. Okay, so let's deal with the home page now, as well as linking the pages, the login and the sign up page from our navigation. Right, so I have here my images already set up. You can use these images, but you can as well make your own. I recommend you make your own. And what I'm using is actually a tool called canva.com. You can just head over to canva.com to create your own. They have a lot of different examples that you can look at and to create your own banners, right? Like what I'm having here. So for the homepage, right? So here instead of this text, so we'll have the image, and I'm going to use src again. I'm going to use my home image, so this one, all right? So hosted in Cloud Inori, and I can give it a class name of home banner. Okay, so below this image, we'll have a div. So div is a class name of featured products container, and container with some margin top, and we'll have an h2 that says last products. Okay, and this is where we'll show the last products. That will come actually from the backend. So last products here. Okay, it's going to be like 8 products, and below, so we'll have a div with some link. So we can say category, or to see all the products, say see more with some arrows like that. Okay, and let's just give it some style. Okay, style, text align, right, display. You will see the result once we add the last products, but just from now, text decoration, just say none. Okay, right now let's add the banner link. We have the featured products, and this should actually wrap everything. So you have the featured products that wraps this link as well, and then this is the end of the div. So we have another div. Let's say here, so banner, sale banner, and let's say div class name, so sale banner container, so empty4, and we'll add our image here. Again, use canva.com to have to design your own banners. So I link it into the description if you want, and it's always better to have yours as well. So you have this, okay, and below this banner we have another div with the class name of recent dash products dash container and container empty4. So we'll have an h2 that says categories, and this is where we'll output our categories. So the categories will come to just make it easy. So we'll just select 3 categories, and then it will be like in a row. Okay, 3 categories. So we can have here row, right? And then we'll create here a categories file in our source. So in our src, call it categories.js. And it's going to be an array. So we say const categories equals an array of objects. So name, you have the technology category, and we'll have the image. So you can put whatever image you want here. Right, and then you can say export default our categories, and we'll use that one in our homepage. We say here categories. Okay, these categories imported. Say that map, and for each category, so we will return a link container, and within that we'll have a column and a div. So column, so say md core, and the link container. The link container coming from React Router Bootstrap, the link coming from React Router. So it's different. This is for when you have components within a link, like Bootstrap components. So going to go to, we'll use backticks, so category, and we'll use category that name, right? That to lowercase. And within that div, so we'll have a style. So background image. Say actually so linear gradient. So it's going to be RGBA 0.5 to have some overlay, but make sure you don't make any mistake. So because it can be easy to make a mistake here. 0.5, and so after that second one, after the actually the linear gradient, so here we'll add a URL that is the category, right? That img. Okay. And we can add here some class name, but outside, so say class name, say category dash style, and after this URL, within that style, we can add a gap of 10 pixels, so 10 pixels. Okay, and let's import the row. Where is coming from? Say row, and let's see what we have. So for the home page, right? So this is the banner, and we have the sale banner as well. But for the categories, we are not having anything. So let's inspect and see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, we need to have some content within that category. So we say here category that name, category that name. Right, so now let's see what we have. Okay, so we have our categories, and then we'll make this with CSS. Let's create our CSS and then import it here. All right, guys, so I brought some changes here. So the category tile, has this style. So you have the home banner. Okay, we don't even need that, I believe. The card. Okay, you can add these styles for later. You can stop the video, pause the video, and then add these styles. And we should have something like that for our tiles. Actually, we don't need that home banner. See. Oh yeah, so here the sale banner is actually sale banner. So twice so that it applies to the sale banner. Okay, so you have the home page basically, and now let's deal with the navigation. So the navigation, we need to have navigation at CSS, and let's link it to our nav. This right. So this we need to change. So say e-commerce and link container coming from React Router Bootstrap actually, and we'll put this within that link container. Let's remove this and to the home page. Okay. So let's add here. So again, move this one and the drop down. So we need the drop down. So let's change this to be on the right side, like this. So the login page, where do you have it here? Let's just say here login, and should go to the login page. All right, so we have the home page, the login page, the drop down. We'll come back to this, but from now, let's just put it, let's just have it like this. Okay. Right, guys, so we are ready to go to the backend and connect our app with our backend and as well with our database, which is MongoDB. Hey guys, so we are now on the backend, and let's start with creating our connection file, and we'll use Mongoose to establish a connection with our database. So we can here require .env .config, and we'll say so Mongoose will require Mongoose, and we'll have our connection string. So this connection string is coming from MongoDB Atlas. So connection string equals, and with our connection string, so we'll say mongoose.connect with the connection string, and we'll have use new URL parser set to true, and we'll have here, so that then after we connect, get the data, and so let's just say here console log, say connected to MongoDB, that patch the same, but we'll log the error. So log the error. Okay. So for the connection string, we need to have access to MongoDB Atlas. So I'll open MongoDB Atlas and show you how it's done. Right. So I'm on the MongoDB Atlas platform. So it allows you to have a database. In this case, for our application. So we'll have a database for our application. So let's create an account. I mean, sign in. If you don't have an account, you can just create one. I'll sign in with my account. Right, guys, so I'm on my MongoDB uh, dashboard, and what we need is to create a new user for our application. So we can go to database access and create a new database user. So I'm going to call it ecommerce YT for YouTube. And the password, so I can just generate a password, copy the password, and this password, I'll need it, of course, for my credentials. So let's paste it somewhere, so we can just, let's paste it here. Okay, and yeah, so you can just add the user. So now you have the user, which is e-commerce user. No, this one, e-commerce YT. So let's paste it. Right. So make sure you create yours and don't copy mine, okay? Because I'll change it anyway and I'll remove it after I finish it. So the next step is go to your database and click connect and connect your application, and we'll copy this. I did it already, as you can see here, right? So that's what we need basically. And you can even have here that env file where you will put your credentials. So we can have here Mongo username, which is my username, and Mongo EW, which is the password that I have here. Okay, so make sure you copy yours again, because this I remove it. So that's it. And now we'll just have access to the this from this file. So we just need to say here, not here. So we say, what is that again? Process env Mongo username, and the same as env Mongo pw for password, and we can close this here. Okay, and here let's not forget to add our database. So we can say ecommerce YT. Something is not going well with my, okay, and we can now import that into our, actually, let's remove this. Yes, like this. Let's import it here and say require connection. Okay, so here should be use new. I'm having an issue with this editor. We new URL parser. What's going on? Right, so new URL parser here, and let's say new URL, so parser. Okay, so the text editor crashed, that's why I had to restart it. But make sure you have everything done correctly to avoid errors here. We can even add another, so mongoose that connection to the connection that on. So if you have error, you can add this one just to make sure it covers everything. So console log error. Okay. So now we are connected to MongoDB. So it should be MongoDB. The next thing is, of course, to create our models. So let's create our models. So we say here, models folder, and we create a user.js model. And then we require mongoose, and we require bcrypt. We say const user schema. So mongoose, you can even have it the schema here, and we say schema, and the schema will be, so the name, type string, say required, and say is required. So we say email, type string, say required, true is required, unique true, index true, because we want to find users by index, and we have the validate with a function, so validator function some string, and we return so a regular expression. I'll add it here, and the message takes the props, and we say here props that value is not a valid email. Okay, so for the regular expression, you can match it with any regular expression you want. You can find regular expressions in Stack Overflow. I found it on the internet, so nothing fancy here. Okay, so I have mine here. Again, you can find yours, or you can just copy mine. I'll leave the GitHub link in the description if you want to copy it. All right, so now after email we have password. So type string, say required, true is required. And say here is admin. So the user type boolean, and the default is false. The user has a cart, so we say cart type of object, and the default is total 0 and count 0. Right, so you have these fields that will appear in the database. So yeah, so we have name, email, password, is admin, and cart. Okay, And I forgot to add notifications. So type array and default is going to be empty array. Got some space here. And we have the orders. So type schema that types object ID, and we reference the order. So this is to say that the user has many orders, and we do it like this. Okay, and we can end with saying that minimize. So minimize to false, so that we can have by default the empty arrays or an empty object if you want. Okay, so that's it. And then we can say const user equals Mongo's model. So we say user is our user schema. Okay, and we say module exports equals user. So we have our user model now, and we can just use it in our controllers. So we can create a route folder. So routes, and we create user routes here. .js. And we'll use here so routers. So const router equals require express dot router. We require the user model. So models user, and we can export that router. So module that exports equals router. Let's start with the sign up. So sign up, say router dot post sign up, and say async request response. So const equals request.body. So we'll take the name. We don't have name. Yeah, we have name actually. Email and password. We'll add this name on the front end. So try. So what we'll try here is const user await user.create is name, email, and password. And then we say res.json user. So that's the user creation. Let's remove this one. And we can say if now e.code equals 11,000, just a code that we know that res that status 400 dot send. So email already exists, and we say res that status 400 else that send. If it's not related to the email, we will just send that message. Right, the same for login. So rather than posts login async, say request response const equals request.body, and we'll take email and password. So we say try catch again. Const user because we await user find by credentials. We need to create this one. So email password, I'll show you how to create it. And then you say res.json user. Else we say res.status. Okay. 400. Send e.message. Okay, let's create another one. For getting the users. Router.get. So we say async with request and response again. So we'll try catch. And you say const users equals await user.find. So is admin false. So we just, this is for when we want to show the users, but we don't want to show all the users. We just want to show users that are not admin. Populate orders. Okay, we won't need this from now, but let's just put it here. Res.json users and res.status 400.send. So e.message. Okay. So we have more to come, but from now, let's just stop there. And we have this function called find by credentials. So this is what we need to add to our model. So back to the model, we say user schema statics find by credentials, which is an asynchronous function, email and password. Say const user equals await user and one by email. And if there is no user, we throw a new error with invalid credentials. So else we check if it's the same password. So if same password, we use bcrypt compare sync. So the password and the user of that password. So if it is the same password, so what do we do here? We return the user. Else we just throw new error is invalid credentials. Okay. So let's add another one. So user schema that methods to JSON means when we are sending the user back to the front end, we want to remove some things like the password. So we say const user equals this. We delete user password and we return. Okay, actually forgot something here. So const user object user.toObject. Make it an object before removing the password. So here it's user object password, and we return the user object. So right. So let's add the pre-save method. So before saving, what we want to do is hash the password. So user schema that pre-save, we have a function. It's an anonymous function. Is the next. So we say const user equals this. If the user is not modified, so there is a function that called is modified. We check for the password. So if it is not the case, we just return next. So we go to the next middleware, or we just skip this function. Okay. Else, so we say bcrypt gen salt. So then we some function error first callback, and if there is an error, we return next error. Else, so we say bcrypt hash. So we hash the user password with the salt, which is 10, and a function, another function, error and hash again. So just take your time and make sure that you don't make any mistake here. So if error, we return next is the error. Else we say user that password is the hash, and we go to the next middleware. So okay, let's separate it. So that's it. So this function is just basically hashing the password. So if you have something like ABC, it's going to hash it to a very long string, okay, with dollar signs, numbers, and letters. So we save it in our database, right? And we have another one. So user schema that pre remove. So when we remove a user, we want to remove his orders as well. So we say this that model order. We don't have the order model yet, but let's add it. Remove. So owner says this underscore ID, and we go to the next one. Right, so that's it. And now we can test that this is working with our front end. All right, so to test our user models, so we can just do it from the front end, but I have a better tool, which is Postman. So with Postman, you can just test your API without using any front end. So the first thing we need to do is to test the signup. But before that, so I actually forgot to add this route to our server. So back to the server. So we can say here, const user calls require models, say user. We say app.use. For the users, we say user routes. User routes require routes, user routes. Okay. We have something at line 54. Yeah, let's remove this. It's a mistake. So let's see. 95. Okay, so we need to have mongoose and the schema. So Mongoose schema. Okay. So let's say Mongoose, and we'll just say Mongoose schema 45 as well. Mongoose schema. So that way we can test now our sign up. So we are sending a body username user1, for example. So we have the name already. Let's remove this. So we have the name, the email, and the password. And when we send it, we should get back some response. Let's test it. All right, so we are having the user back, so which means it's working. And we can test it even from our back the server. So if you look at the collections here, and this is right. So you see that this is the user we just created, so it's working. So back to our front end now, we can link it to our backend. But to do that, we need to have some setups, and one that we'll use is a Redux toolkit. So Redux toolkit is a way to use Redux in our application, and I find it much better than just the traditional Redux. That would include a lot of setup, and with Redux toolkit you don't need that. So you can just head over to the website and look at the tutorials. So get started, and we need to install this toolkit. So let's copy it, paste it. Paste it here and install Redux toolkit. So remove the npm. We need to have our store ready. So I'm going to create here a file. In my source, let's create a store.js. We need as well what we call features. So we need a slice. So one part for the user and another part for the products. So when we say slice, it's just one part. Okay, that's managed in our application. You can have a slice for the user, another one for products, another one for others, but we'll just have users and products here, right? Managed by our Redux store. So still in our source, we create a features folder, and we have one for the product slice and another one for our user slice. So for the product slice, we need to import from Redux toolkit, and we'll import here create slice and the app API. This is our API that will communicate with Redux as well as our backend. So let's create it. So in my source still, we create a services folder, and within that we create an API, so app API.js, and then we'll import from Redux toolkit query React, and we call it, so it's called create API and fetch base query. So here we create the API. We say export const app API equals, we create our API. It takes a reducer path, which is app API, the base query, which is just the link. So base query, fetch base query is the base URL. From now we say HTTP localhost 8080, and the endpoints now. So the endpoints, we say builder, like this. It takes a query. So actually we have the sign up, right, which is builder, which is a mutation because we are changing things to our database. Query takes a user and the user, so we have a URL which is /users sign up. We have a method which is a post method and the body which is the user. Okay, let's add the login. So below the sign up, in add here login, which is builder that mutation. So query, which is user still, URL /users/login. The method is post method and the body is the user. Right. With that said, so it's giving us here export const, two methods that we can use coming from this we created. So app API, we have use sign up, it creates them for us, and use login. Okay, and we say export default app API, and back to our product slide. So that's where we can use it. Import app API, right? And the initial state for the products is just an empty array. And now we say export const product slice equals, so we create the slice for the products, we name it product with the initial state, you can just name it products. Reducers, now the reducers are what will change our state. So from now you can just say this. Okay, and we say export default product slice that reducer. We can do the same, so let's just copy this and do the same for the user slice. We'll change things here. So the app API stays the same. Initial state, we don't have a user, so we say no. So user slice, say user slice, and we can now use this in our store. Okay, so it's me from the future. So I actually put here products, as you may have noticed, but this is really for users. So it's actually just user. So you can just change your slice to user. It would still work if you just had that to products, but obviously this is for users, right? So back to our store, import and Redux toolkit. So you say import configure store. So you have the store, you have the reducers. I mean, you have the store, you have the slices, and you have your API. You have these three components to use Redux toolkit. So we have the features, you have the API, which is in services, this one, and you have the store. Okay. So import product slice, and we import user slice, and we import app API, Okay. Now what we need to do is to persist our store. It means when we refresh the page, we still want to have the user details and the product details saved in our local storage. Even if we close the page and come back, we still want to have access to those credentials. Okay, so then we don't have to log in again. So we do this with persisting our store and import the storage. So we need to install what we call Redux persist. So npm I Redux persist. You need to install npm I Redux thunk. Okay, so this is the store. Okay, we want to persist it. So we import storage from Redux persist. We import from Redux. We don't have Redux, so npm I Redux. Import command reducers. Import from Redux persist, and it's called persist reducer. And we import thunk. Okay. Now we have our reducers. So reducers const reducer equals combine reducers. We want to combine them into one because we cannot have them. They need to be in the same object if we have two or more slices, like the user slice and the product slice. So user slice for user and products say product slice. And now we add the app API, the user path, so that we can change the state. We say app API that reducer. Const persist config equals an object is the key root. Say storage, and we blacklist the app API user path. We don't want to save it, and products. We say persist our store. It const persisted reducer equals for the persist reducer function is persist config and the reducer. And now we create a store. So create store. Say const store equals configure store. So we need to have the reducer, which is a persisted reducer, and the middleware, which is so thunk and app API that middleware. And now we say export default the store. So the store is not easy to set up, but yeah, that's what you need to do basically. Make sure you have it like this. And we'll now add the store to our app. Okay. So in the index.js file, we need to import store from the store. Say setup store. Import the provider from React Redux. We don't have React Redux let's say npm I react Redux. We import it. We import persist gate. Okay, like this. And we import persist store. Okay, so we have these 4 items. And now we create a store. So const persisted store equals the persist store function and the store. This is the store to persist. And now in the render, we need to have the provider, our provider. And this will provide the store as our store. And within this strict mode, so we persist gate, add the persist gate like this. Okay. And we have a loading. So div say it's loading while it's loading. And the persist store is the persisted store. So the persist store is this persisted store. All right, so that's it. And let's look at our app now. Okay, let's look at inspect. And if you look at the Redux store, you should have the user. Let's look at the state. Yeah. So I had already something. Let me just remove it. Local storage. If we refresh. So this is the persisted store. From now, we don't have a user. We don't have products, but it's persisted, which means if I refresh the page, we'll still have access to the user. If I close the page and come back, we'll still have access to that user. And the way you do it is to install the Redux DevTools. You can install it from on Chrome or in Firefox, and you can inspect your state. And from now, we don't have any user. Okay, so that's what we need to have here. All right, and now let's connect the front end with our backend. All right, guys, so to connect our front end with our backend, we need to manage the login page and the sign up page. So with the sign up page, we have already set up the states, right? And I forgot to add the name because we need the name. Let's add it above the email. Say name, and we say type text for your name. We need as well the state. Let's just add it here. Let's say name, set name. And instead of having set email, we have set name. Right? The value is the name. So once we have the state, let's create a function here. So handle sign up. But this function is managing our sign up function, our sign up. So for the sign up, we'll take it from the app API. So we have already the use sign up mutation. So we import it, use sign up mutation. Okay. This is a hook. So it gives us a function. And so when we call the use sign up mutation like this, it gives us states like error. Actually, we have error, we have is loading, and we have is error. So we need these states so that we know what's going on. And depending on the state, okay, we'll have messages here. For example, if there is an error, so is error, and so we'll have an alert. And the alert is coming from React Bootstrap, not Bootstrap. So we say here alert. And the alert has a variant of danger and unsubmit, not unsubmit. So the content is error data. Sign up button as well. So this will be disabled while we are signing up because we don't want the user to sign up twice if it is loading. And let's change this to be login and login. And in our handle sign up, so we'll manage e.prevent default to avoid the form from submitting itself by itself. So we avoid that. And then we call the sign up with the name, email, and the password coming from our state. All right. And this function, so we call it on submit, and we call the handle sign up. Okay. So this should actually work. So let's see if we click on login. So create an account, new user, and say new user at example.com. Actually, I forgot something. So once we get the data, what we need to do is store it in our state, and we do that from our slice. So we have a user slice, and below the reducers, we'll add extra reducers that will match our app API, and it will kind of listen to events. For example, so we have the builder. Okay, we add a matcher for when the app API, the endpoint sign up endpoint resolves, so match fulfilled. Okay, so we are going to extract the state, and we have the payload, which is basically what's coming back to us, and then we just return the payload. So as the new user, so we just say payload. So if you do it like this, it will set the new user as payload. Okay, we can do the same for the login. So let's just copy paste. Instead of sign up, we say login because it's basically the same thing. And now let's create our new user. Say new user at example.com, password, simple password, create an account. So it has some errors. Let's see why. Okay, not resolved. Let's make sure we have it set up and inspect our network. Try again. The response. So see here. Okay. Okay, let's look at this one. Right, so I have a typo here. Let's correct that. So in our app API, make sure it localhost. Okay, now we can try again. Close. We can save it, and let's try again. So say if we try to create an account, okay, working, new user, and let's see. At this point, it should be set, right? So we have the new user coming back to us. So his name, email, his admin false. So we have everything we need. And even if we refresh the page, right, we still have that user. So that's what we wanted. And that's why we are using Redux Toolkit here. So if I try to create an account again, it's the same user, it should bring an error and it should say email already exists. So we are having the user back, which is fine. Okay. Now we want to hide some routes or some pages and show other pages once we have a user. And the way we do this is, of course, conditional rendering. So we'll start with our navigation. All right, so here we'll make sure that we'll show it if there is no user. So only if there is no user, we will show the navigation, the login. Okay, and here if user, will show this drop down. Now to do this, we'll use here a selector. So use selector coming from React Redux, and it gives us access to the state. So state that user. Okay, if there is a user, so we'll know it. So we say here user, and basically we'll show, let's say this one, right, like this, right? But we want to put this as a link container, because if you do it like this, it won't register the history. So we need to have it as a link container, and we need to put this in between the link container. Okay. Now let's go back. Remove this href. See what's going on. So link container. Right. So we need to have a tool here to log in. Okay. So it's if there is no user. So let's add the exclamation mark, and now it disappeared. So the same for the pages. So we'll have here, let's do this one. If there is a user, so only if there is a user will show this now drop down, right, like this. So now we have a user. And the title, of course, is the user's email. So we say title user dot email. Okay, so we have the user's email, right? So now we can add here if user is admin, because we'll show this, we'll show some if the user is admin. So we say, and so we show these items, grab them, these drop down items like this. Let's close it. Okay. And inside of here, so we'll have link container again. Can just take this one. So like this, and then we'll put drop down item. So we'll go to the dashboard. Dashboard, and we say dashboard. Okay, and we do the same for create product. So we say new product, create product. Let's remove this one. So only if the user is an admin, so we'll have the dashboard. So the create product and the dashboard. So else, which means if the user is not an admin, so we'll show. Let's just copy this. We'll show things like the cart page, right? And the orders page. So let's wrap them in a fragment. We'll say here cart, and we say here orders. So my orders, right? And now below the divider, which is common to no matter the user, so we want to add here a button from React Bootstrap, not button group, button. Okay, from React Bootstrap, and then logout. Okay, and then variant, say danger, and click. So we'll call the handle logout. Let's just say the handle logout. Yeah, and the class name, we say logout btn, and let's create a handle logout. So say function handle logout. For the handle logout, so we will add something in the app, in the user slice. So in the reducers, we'll add a logout reducer, which is a function. And we'll just return the initial state. So let's just, we don't need that. We can just say initial state to say that the user, there is no more user, right? And now we'll make this available by saying export const. So logout, should we just say equals user slice actions, and we'll say here logout, right? And then from the navigation now we can have access to the logout, but we need to use a function called dispatch because we are using Redux and we can only use these functions with this dispatch. So you say use dispatch coming from React Redux, and you say dispatch, okay, the logout function coming from our user slice. So this one. That way we will log out the user. Okay. So now we have the logout. I forgot something here probably. So here should be not admin. So let's add the exclamation mark. And now you have cart, right? My orders and logout. And for logout, so here in navigation.css, so the logout button, margin, say 0 auto, display, block, and we say important. And add the logo with a width of 50 pixels, right? And let's make sure that's yeah, it's centered now. So this will log out the user, but we don't want to log out the user. We want to still test the user. So let's add pages. And the first one is the category page. So actually, before adding the category page, we need to add creating products and so that we can have products. So let's add the create product page. So we say new product.js RFC, and we import as well new product.css. So let's create a new product.css. So we say new product.css. We'll come back to this, okay, because it's a bit long. But let's make sure that we can log in, okay, and log out. So the login page as well. So let's handle submit. Let's just name it handle login. And this will call again to import use login user mutation. So this as the sign up, it's a const login, and then is error. Let's just say equals use login mutation, so we can have access to the variables is loading is success, right? And then here as before, e.prevent default. Let's make sure we add it here, and we say login, right, with the email and the password, okay. And as before, so under this login to your account, we can say if there is an error, we add an alert from React Bootstrap. So let's say alert. And the alert is variant, having to alerts, variant danger. And as before, say error that data, and we close the alert. Let's remove this one. Actually, should be error. And as before, so let's say here disabled. We'll disable the button when it is loading, so we don't have to log in twice. Okay, and then the form and submit. We'll say handle login. We call the function handle login. And now we can log out, right? We don't have a user. So if you look at the Redux toolkit, so we have a user of none, which means we can log in again. And you see, right? So we are having the user back, right? So let's add the pages. So the conditional rendering in our app, okay? So let's have access to the user. use selector from state, say state.user, close, and we'll only access these pages if there is no user. So if there is no user, we can have access to the login or the sign up. So let's put it inside uh, using these fragments. That way, we'll only have access to these pages. Right now, if I say login, it will just redirect me to the home page. Okay. Yeah, so now that we have dealt with the login, so the sign up process, let's build the product model. So create a product.js. So here we'll require mongoose. So require mongoose. And we have the product schema. So product schema. And we say mongoose.schema. So it has a name, type of string. So let's make it required. So say true and a phrase, so can't be blank. Right, so we have the description, type of string, say required to true, the same, can't be blank. We have the price, the type of string, and so true, can't be blank. Let's just paste this again. The category, and we have the pictures finally. So pictures, type of array, and we say required to true. And we'll finish by saying here, so minimize false. And we have the product, so const product equals mongoose.model, the product, and we have the product schema, so product schema. At the end, so we say module.exports equals the product. Right, so we have now our product model. And let's put it, so let's use it in our route. So we create a route for product routes.js. Right, so let's require const router. We require here express router. So we have the product. We require it from models product, right? And you have the user. We require it from models user. Now we'll get the products. So get products here. Our router.get. We use some async. So request response. Right, and then we'll try catch. So we try const products equals, we await to find the product. It's erase that status 200 dot JSON. So we JSON the products, erase that status 400 dot send. So we send that message. So let's create the product. We say router that host, right? and we say async request response again. So we try catch. What do we try here? We have request.body. So we'll extract the name, description, our price, category, and images. So we say as pictures. We can just rename them. That's what we'll receive from the front end. And we say here const product equals, we await product.create, and we create it with a name, description, price, category, and with our pictures here. And we say const products equals, we await product.find, right? And then we'll send back all the products after we create them. So 201, that's that JSON and the products. Okay. Else, so let's just copy this basic here. Let's add another one for updating the product. So update product with router.patch with the ID, and async with request and response like this. So we'll extract the ID from request.params, and we have a try catch here. All right. So we'll extract after extracting the params. So we'll have equals request.params. So as before, actually it's request.body. So as before here, right? Let's just put it back, and we'll add the product equals await product that. So find by ID and update. So find by ID and date. We'll find by ID. Okay, and then you have name, description, price, have category, and we have pictures. For that, we have const products, await product define, and raise that status to 100, and we JSON the products, right? Else, let's just paste this message like this. So, and let's have a delete product. Say router that delete is the ID. So we have an async with request and response, right? And then we have our ID equals request.params, and we grab the user ID, request.body, and we try catch again, right? And we try to find the user find by ID, find user ID. So if you try to let's say we wanted to delete a product, we only want the admin to delete the product. So we say if user that is admin, if it is not an admin, we will raise. So we return, so raise that status 401 that JSON that says you don't have permission, right? And then we await product that find by ID else, right? If the user is admin, and we delete by ID, right? And then we get the product. So const products equals await product find, and we say raise that status 200 that JSON products. All right. So we have this, and else we'll just send a message. So we just build so the routes. If you want to get one product, so router.get by ID. So and then we have async request response, and we get the ID request at params, and then we do try catch again. So we try const product equals await product at find by ID. So by the ID, we get the similar products. When we are getting the one product, we want to show the similar products as well. So similar await product that find, we find by the category, right? Which is the product, that category. Okay. And we limit it to, let's say 5. And then you say raise that status 200.json. So we'll send the product and the similar in an object. So else we'll just paste this. Right. So from now, right, you can stop here and we can export. So module that exports equals router, and let's use it in our server now. So const product routes equals require, say routes product routes. And now let's use it here. So app that use products, and we say product routes. Right. So now async, let's change this product routes line 61. So async. All right. So now that we have the product routes, let's go back to where we will create the product. Right. Let's add here. So because the product has a name, so set name, use state. Okay. And do the same. Set description, price, set price, we have the category, have a set category, images, set images, so which is an array, empty array, and we have const navigate equals use navigate. Use navigate is coming from React out of DOM. And now let's add here our hook. So use create product mutation. We need to create it. So in our app API, we add here another one, creating product. It should be below the login. So we say create product, which is a builder that mutation, and it takes an object with a query. it takes a product and it will have a URL to products. So the body is the product and the method is post, so post method. Okay, let's add it here. So use create product mutation, and we'll use it here. So use create product mutation, which is a hook. So it gives us the function which is called create product. We have is error, the error object. So is loading and is success. We need as well another state. So const img to remove, set img to remove state. Now we will have a form. So let's return our container here. Return the container, and this container will have a row is a column. The column will have MD6 and the class name equals sign up form dash dash container. So this is a form container. We'll have another one. This will be the image for the image. It's actually not sign up, it's new product and new product image container. Okay, so it's kind of like the sign up page, so or the login page. You can take whatever is here and just make some tweaks for the form, and yeah, let's paste it and submit. Of course we don't have this, so let's just remove it from now. But we have here the title, create a product. Okay, so we'll have here is success. If there is a success, so we'll alert, right, variant success, and this will have a message that says product created with success, right? Else we'll have the error data here. Now instead of email or password, we'll have so product name, okay, and then type text, of course, placeholder. So product name, value is the name, and set name here. Yep. Let's please copy this. So we have another one for description. Okay, let's add here some class name. So equals MB3 for margin button. The same here. So class name equals MB3. And we say form control. So as text area. Okay, so here we say product description, and the style, let's add the style here, height is .pixel. Value is a description, and on change we set description. Okay, that's it for this form group. So we have another one for the price. Let's copy this again, paste it here. The product price. So type text, type equals number actually. So type number, price, and the price, let's just make this price. Let's add a dollar sign here. The placeholder, of course, so say price like this. Let's remove this style, we don't need it. The value will be the price, okay, and set price like this. So let's add the category. The category will be a select. So let's add it. We have on change, have e, say set category, e target value, and the formula will be say category, right? And we have the form that select, okay, and we have options now. So option will say select one like this. So this will be disabled and it will be selected by default. So you will see this one. Let's remove this. So we'll have another, now the options. So you can have as many options as you want. I'm just going to add technology and say here, of course, technology. Technology, and then you can add as many options as you want again. So you have technology, you have tablets, I know it's kind of technology, but yeah, I want to group here tablet and technology, everything else that's not phones, laptops, or tablets. Okay, you can do it as you want. Phones, and then you have laptops. Okay, so now the new product. Let's see what we have. Let's add it here from now. But once we have finished it, we want to hide it from normal users. Okay, so let's add another route. The path will be new product, and the element will be new product. And now back to our new product. So we have access to the row, the column. The column is there, button, and link. So link, so we don't have link here. Where is the link? 60. Yeah, link coming from React Router DOM. And now, so if you go to new product, so new product, okay, so that's what I wanted to have. So you have the name, description, price, category, and we'll add here the image upload, and we'll change the button. Let's do it. Actually, this we don't need it. We have a create product. So we'll say disabled if it is loading or if it is success. Okay, so we will disable it. Yeah, and then we'll add another form group, this time for uploading images. So we'll add it below the category. And the button, so we'll add a button. This button, so we say upload images. Okay, so we say type equals button, and below this, let's remove the price and the form control. We have a div with some class name, so images preview container, right? And we have so images that map. So for each image, we will return the image. So we can say this. Don't need this here. For each image, we return a div like this here. So now this div will have a class name of images image preview. So this is once we upload the image, we want to show it. Okay, so we have an image img, so src, we have image url, okay, and we'll come back to this one. So add icon or removing. Okay, now this button here, that's what we need to change. So when we click on this button, we have a function that's called show widget. Okay, and let's create the function. So show function, show widget, and we'll use the Cloudinary widget. So I'm on the Cloudinary website, and we are going to use the widget, okay, script for having our Cloudinary available to our application. So we have this one, okay, and you can just search for Cloudinary widget from Google, and then it will show you this. Otherwise, you can just search for it on the Cloudinary website. So just upload widget. I'm going to copy this one, and we'll paste it as a script in our index file. So public file here, okay, like this. This is our widget, and then we can use it. We say here, let widget. We can just say const widget equals, we say window cloudinary that create upload widget like this. And I'm going to use cloud name. This is my cloud name, and the upload preset as well. Upload preset. So where you will find this, let me just show you. I'll just show you in a minute. And then, so it's a function, it has an error, first callback and a result. And once we get, so if there is no error, so n result that event doubles equals success. So this is coming from the Cloudinary website. So set images, we set the images, so the previous one, and just we'll add the next one. So we say prev, and then we have an image with a URL result, the result, that info.url, and the public ID, so result, this result, so it should be result that info that public underscore ID. All right, and we will open the widget, so widget that open. Okay, so this will open the Cloudinary widget with our cloud name and the upload preset. So let's say upload images. You see it's opening the Cloudinary widget, but because we don't have a cloud name and the upload preset, so it doesn't actually show. So we need that to have access to our images. So to do that, just head over to Cloudinary. All right, guys. So make sure actually that you are not logged in to the support account, and that you are logged into the actual cloudinary.com. Okay, so there is a difference. So I'm going to log in and come back to you. So once you are logged in, right, so you have access to the cloud name, your cloud name, and you also have access to what we call the upload preset. So that's how Cloudinary knows that this is you. Okay, so that you have access to an account, and then you can upload images. So if you go to the settings and you click on upload, that's where you will see your upload preset, or if you don't have one, you can just create one. I'll show you. So you can just say, so you can add an upload preset and make sure that it's not signed. So you make sure that it's unsigned. So you don't need any password for that, right? So unsigned like this, and then you can create, save yours. Okay. So don't copy mine again. Don't copy any of my credentials because I'll remove it anyways. And you need to have your own account. It's free, so there is no hassle in creating your account. So I'm going to copy this one into mine, and the cloud name. So it's my cloud name like this, right? So now that we have it, we can test it out. Let's upload images, and now you have the Cloudinary widget. Okay, that gives you access to, let's say, Instagram, Facebook. You can connect it to your account or Unsplash. So I'm going to use Unsplash here, and let's say something like iPhone, right? You can filter it by color, the tones. So let me filter it by colors. And yeah, so you have pictures of, let's say, iPhones. Right, let's take this one. So next, select the medium size, upload. and you see the image is there, right? The image is there, but of course we need to make it smaller with CSS, but already it's already a good sign that the widget is working. All right, so let's refresh. Get back to our account. So each image has a class name. So let's open the CSS and make sure that the image size. So here have images preview container display grid. Okay, so we say grid template columns. We say repeat with autofill and min max. So this is just to have a grid for all the images you will upload. So of min, so we say min 100 pixel. So 100%. We don't need this second pair of brackets. And we have one fraction. Okay. So gap 10 pixels. Margin top 40 pixels. And then we have the image preview itself. So image preview, width of 100 pixel. Display, let's say inline block. Position relative. This is to place, you will see it, to place the remove icon, the delete icon. And then, so image, say image preview, img, so with the width of 100 pixels, 100%, right? Height 100 pixels, say object fit, cover, and border radius. So we add 10 pixels. Right, so now we'll add an icon, let's say to the image, right? Because you may want to delete that image after you select it. So we say image preview I. So we'll add the icon later. And the remove img spinner. So for the animation, we say position absolute, and top, we say minus 12 pixels. Left the same, minus 12 pixels. Font size 20 pixels. And we say cursor is a pointer, right? And we say image dash preview I. When you hover over that icon, so you just make it an orange color, orange. Okay, so that's it, and we can test it again. So let's upload from Unsplash, say phone, any font, let's say this one, small. So upload. All right, so as you can see, it's now much better. Okay, it's much better. So what's happening is the widget is uploading the images, okay, to Cloudinary, to your Cloudinary account, and then it gives you back the link. So if you inspect, you will see that it gives you, okay, the link to your Cloudinary account. So it's actually uploaded to your Cloudinary account, right? So yeah, and then you get back the link. Okay, now we can go back to new product.js. As I said here, you need to add the remove icon. We can add it down below, right, in the image preview. So we'll just say I is the class name of fa dash times dash circle, okay, and on click. So when you click on it, that's where we'll call a function that's called handle remove img. We haven't created yet with the image. Okay, with the image, this image. All right. So the handle remove, let's create it. So function handle remove img like this. This is the function, and let's see what we have. So we don't have it. Yeah, that's because we need to have font awesome installed. So you can just head over to cdnjs.com, all right, and then copy the first one. It gives you access to font awesome, and then just paste it in your index file. Okay, you can just paste it down below here, and you'll have access to font awesome. And let's see now. I don't need the image. Right, so now you have the icon, and then when you hover over it, you can make it orange, you can make it any color you want. Right now, when you click this link, this icon, it should remove the product. Okay, and while it's removing the product, so we should not clicking that again, so we'll make it disappear. That's why we are having a state for that, so to know which image is being removed, which is this one. And when we click the icon, we have this function running, so img object. So we set the image to remove, so set img to remove to be the image object, the public id. Okay, it has a public id, so that's what we did here. We set the images to only select the url from that image and the public id. So if you look at the object right now, so we can inspect our state, so the components, we can see that this new product page, it has a state, right? And the image is there, so you have the public id and you have the url. So we'll just grab it by the public id to know that this is the image you want to remove. Okay, so we set the image to remove to be the public id, and now we need to install Axios so that we can send to the backend that request, and then the backend will remove it from for us. So let's install npm I Axios. Right, and now we have Axios. We can just say, so let's create actually one file for Axios. So we say Axios should be in your source, right? So in the source like this, and you create, so axios.js. We say import Axios from Axios. We say const instance equals axios.create. So the base URL is http localhost 8080. Okay, and now so that we don't have to type this again, whatever we want to use, Axios export default and instance. Okay, and Axios instance, so that's what we are going to use actually. So here we say, so we'll import Axios from, so Axios, so make sure that it's the file, not the actual module. Okay, and we can have here, so Axios that post, actually a post is a delete request, Axios that delete, and we'll delete the images, so images, and we'll provide the img object. So here, so should be backticks like this. So we'll delete the image object, that public ID, the public ID, right? And that, so that then we get a response, and we set the image to remove to be null at this point. And the set image is now, as it will remove the image. Once we get the response, we know that the image has been removed. So we take the previous state and we filter it. So pref that filter. So for each img, we will return the img that is not okay. So we'll filter out only that one. You say public id not equals, so img object public id, right? And that catch, so let's say that catch here. So that catch e, just say log console log e, okay, like this. This is remove the image. Now because we are sending it to out to the backend, right, we need to handle it, so we'll do it. But before that, let's submit. So function handle submit. So when you create the product with images and everything, so e that prevent default, and if there is no name, right, if there is no name, or if there is no description, or if there is no price, or if there is no category, or if the image is array is length, right? So what do we do here? We return an alert that says, please fill out all the fields, just to make sure that even if you have a required for each field, we can just add this one. Else we create a product. Okay, remember we have it here. So we create a product with the name, description, price, category, and the images. Okay, and that's then once we create it, so we extract the data, and if the data, that length greater than 0, we know that we have now, actually we can now we have created the product because we are getting the data as an array, and we can move or go to the next page. So let's say there is something here. Yeah, so the data should be wrapped in parentheses. So we set timeout, okay, just to show the user that the product has been created. We'll show a message for like 1 or 2 seconds. So let's say 1050, 500, I mean, and we navigate now. So the navigate, this navigate, we'll use it here to go to the home page. Okay, right now let's call this handle submit once we submit the form. So the form here, so on submit, we call the handle submit like this. All right, now let's test this. Let's test this. So we can, if we click on create product, so we cannot create a product. Okay, and I actually forgot to add, so this one. This one needs to be right, needs to have an image. So background image, so URL. I'm going to take an image from Unsplash. Let's paste this one. And you can say background size, so cover, background position, center, and yeah, so I can say height, 100 view height. Let's see what you have. So you have the image, right? So for product creation. Okay. Now you can add some for here. Let's add some class name, empty for some margin. Top. Okay. Let's no, not actually this. Should be on the title. Okay. So we have this, right? The description and the name and the price. Yeah. Select the category, let's say iPhone, and description. The price 999. So if you want to remove this one from now, we cannot actually remove it because we don't have the route, the backend. So let's add it. We'll add here a new route. So images routes, just to separate everything. I'm going to install Cloudinary. So npm I think I have it. I think we did it. Yeah, we did it already, so I don't need to install it again. For image routes, we say require, so Cloudinary. We have the router, so const router equals we require for express dot router, and we require so dot env config, and we say cloudinary.config. So we will have here the cloud name, the API key, and the API secret. So cloud name, something here, API key, something here, API secret, something here. And after that, so we can say router.delete. So images to match the route. Actually, it's just public ID. And take this one. So async request response. So we say const equals request.params. And we have the public ID. Try catch. Let's remove this finally. So what do we try? We try here, await, cloudinary, that uploader, that destroy. So we destroy the public ID. And you say res that status 200, and that send. So here res that status again 400, that send e that message if there is any issue. And we say module. This one won't be a very big file, but just to separate things, put it in its own route. Exports equals router. And now we can have here const image routes equals we require from routes, and then say image routes, right? It's actually, let's rename it to image routes. Okay. and we say app.use images, and we say images routes, image routes actually. Let's go back to the image routes. This is where you need to put yours here, your credentials, and I'll show you where you will have it. So back to the Cloudinary dashboard. So you have the API key, you have your secret here, I won't show it, and you have your cloud name. You just need to put them here, okay, for each one. Your cloud name, your API key, so it's that easy, and your secret. So that's it. Okay. I'm going to put mine, but I'll put it in my .env variable. Right, guys. So now I have it. It's in my .env. You can do the same, okay, to hide your keys. And now you can try it. Let's try it again. So if you remove this one, right? So I have a typo again in the Axios. You probably noticed that. Okay. So localhost. Again. Yep, and it removed it. All right. So now we don't have any more image. And even if you do more than one image, you can remove them one by one. So let's try it now. I found description. Price $9.99. Fonts, upload images. So, and I believe that you can access to your files as well if you have local files. Phone, so save phone. Right. So next, upload. You can add more, right? Say this one or this one. So small upload. It will be like an array, right? As you can see, done, and you have now your images. Even if you want, so you can remove the first one and you can remove the second one, right? Now I forgot to add the animation when we remove the image. So back to new product. Actually, we don't need that, so we can just let's see here. We'll just hide it, right? So we'll say here image to remove, right? It is not equals image public ID. We can show it, right? Else we just hide it. So when you click on it to remove it, it will hide it. Or you can just show a spin animation, but I just want to hide it here. So let's say upload images. Let's add this one. If you add this one and you want later to remove it, so the moment you click to remove it, you will see that it disappears. This will disappear. So you cannot click this one twice, right? Okay, so now let's test that the product is being created. Let's upload images. All right, so now we have the product, and let's say create product. And you see that it's being created with success. We can now this deal with the last products, so it should fetch the products, which is not doing it right now. Let's see. Try again. So it's not doing it right now. So let's deal with that. In our homepage, that's where we'll have a use effect. Okay, like this. And this will fetch the data. We say Axios should not come from the module, but Axios actually. Axios. So we say Axios that get, so we get the products. So that's then we get the data, and so we'll do something here. We will need to have dispatch const dispatch equals use dispatch, and we need to access the products again. We'll use selector. So state, say state dot products, and then we'll get the last products. So last products equals products slice. So we'll slice the products. Just take 0 to 8. So we'll take 8 products. Okay. Now this when we get the data, that's where we use the dispatch here to dispatch an action, but this action is not created yet. So we can head over to our features, so the product slice, and we'll create it in our reducers. We say update products like this, and it takes the action. So we'll just return action payload that data. Okay. This is going to update the products, and we have here export const equals product slice actions, and then we call here the update products, and now we have access to it. So we say update products, import it from the product slice, right? And then so it will be the data, and don't forget to add here the parentheses. Right now in the last products here, so we can just say last products that map, so for each product, right, like this. So what we'll do is we'll return so a component that we'll call product preview. In our components we say product preview.js, right? And then it takes so the ID, category, the name, and the pictures. So we want to show the product preview. So we'll return a link container that will contain our card coming from React Bootstrap. Okay, and this link container will go to, so let's say product and the ID, okay, and the style. So the cursor is the pointer, and the width, so width is 13 rem, and we say margin 10 pixels. Now the card has a style, so it says style with a width of 20 rem, margin 10 pixels. Within the card, so we have card.img, so the image. We say variant top, so class name product dash preview dash img, and it's actually self-closing, so Let's remove this. And we say, so the source is pictures. Let's say pictures 0 dot URL, the first one. And below the image, we have card dot body and card dot title with the name, product name. So we have a badge is the category. So BG is a warning. Text is dark. Right. So this is the product preview, and now we can just call it here. So product preview. Okay, we import it here. And we'll just use here the product, right? Let's see. So let's inspect console. Then look at our components to see what we have. On page. So we are not having access to the products. To try again. Let's see why it doesn't. Right, so we see here that we are as well having the payload. So it's probably in the product slice. Yeah, it should be actually on that payload. Let's try again. Yeah, so we are having the product. So make sure that you remove the data. So it's just action.payload. Okay. So now we are having the last products, and let's just make sure it's arranged correctly. So we are having, let's see, we need to add a div here, and this will be the container for the last products. Like this, and we say class name, so dflex, justify, content, center, and we say flex route, right? And now it's perfectly aligned, as you can see. Let's see that, make sure that the images are the same height for the preview. This one, you can give it a style. So height, let's say 150 pixels. Say object fit. Let's say object fit hover. And now it should be the same height, right? So we are having the same height. All right, so guys, so now we are having the products, and in the next section we will see, so add a page for showing one product and sorting the products by category. All right, guys, so now once we click on a product, so it's redirecting us to this page. So let's build the page, the product page. So in our pages, we'll have one for the product page. So product page.js. We say RFCE. And in this product page, that's where we will, of course, showcase the product details and everything. So we need to grab the ID equals, so use params, and the params is coming from direct out of DOM, and we use these params to later fetch the product. So let's grab the user, use selector. So we take the state and we say state that user. Okay. So we have the product, set product, which is use state, right? And a null initially. The same for the similar products. So similar set similar, and we say use state now. So we return a container. The container. So we'll have a row and we have a column. So the container will have a class name. So pt4 style, position is going to be relative. Now the column will have so lg6, and we'll use a carousel. So we'll use something we call Alice carousel. So here npm I, so React Alice carousel. Okay. And we'll add the Alice carousel here. So mass tracking, items, images, control strategy, alternate. So one thing is at this point, right, we are in 2022. So if you are watching probably this video from another year, you might have things that will change. For example, this Alice carousel, I don't know, for some reason, as it's packaged, it might not work. Okay, so just know that you can replace it by any other carousel, and it should not be a reason to stop this tutorial. All right, so let's continue. So it takes images, and the images here is an array. So we say const images product that pictures that map. So for each picture we return an image, so with the class name product carousel dash dash image, and the source is the picture dash url, that url, so the url, the image url, and it has a on drag start, so which is an event when you start to drag the image. So we'll have a function that's called handle drag start. Of course that function doesn't exist, so we create it, function handle drag start. It takes an event, right, and we say e that prevent default, say yeah, you just say e that prevent default. Actually, let's make it as it is. So const equals a function with an e, and we say e that prevent default. Right. Now we have a use effect that's going to fetch the product details. So use effect The user effect here, it has an empty array, dependency array, and we say Axios. Again, it's coming from the Axios. So Axios.get products, say like this. So the ID like this, and then so we have some data. So we set the product to be data.product and similar, so set similar to be data.similar, and then depending on the ID, so we need to add it as a dependency here. Okay, now if there is no product, okay, we'll return a loading state, and this state will come from, so we need to create it here, so say loading.js, so RFCE, right, so we'll just put here import from React Bootstrap, and we'll import the spinner, and we have a class name of loading container, and we have a spinner animation grow. Okay, and the loading container here, let's add the styling. So let's add the style here, and we say min height 100 view height, display of flex, align items center, justify content, we say center. So that's it for the loading, and then we can import it here so that we have a nice loading animation. Right, now if there is no product, which means it's loading, we return this loading animation. So let's add here the similar products. So similar products equals an empty array. So if there is similar, we say similar products equals similar products. We say similar.map. So for each product, and it has an IDX. So IDX, and we'll return a div is the class name item and data value equals the index. So this is to know that which index in the carousel it is. So similar product. So for the similar product, so similar product, this is a component we need to create. So we say similar product RFC. So we import from React Bootstrap. We import badge, card, and we import link container, right? And we can import the product preview.css in this case, right? Because it's about the same as the product preview. So there is no CSS actually, so let's just copy this and paste it here. This is, I'm just separating it. It's about the same, but let's say you want to have different components, okay, for the similar product or for the product preview, so you can just change this, right? But it's about the same. So add the ID, name, category, and the pictures. So let's say similar product, okay, and we'll put the product here. So this will be either an empty array or it will be a div, a container, right? So now in the container, below the carousel, so we'll add another call. So LG6. Let's make sure we have call here. Call. So PT, so class name. So we have a padding top of 4, and you have an H1 product name, and we have a paragraph with some badge. So BG primary, and we have product category. It should be items equals images. We'll have another paragraph. So class name, product price. So we add a dollar here and we say product price. So P style, let's say style. This is for the content, justify, and class name. So PY3. For padding left, padding top and bottom, and we have a strong. Here we say description, right, like this, and we have product that description. Okay. Now down below the paragraph, so we say if there is a user, right? Because we want to hide things. Actually, let me show you what we'll have. Let's add it in the app. Say that path. We have product, I think it's an ID, and you have the product page like this. So if you go to product preview.css, product page, it's in the, yeah, this one. Let's remove this one. So inspect. Pictures is null. Product page. See. Right, so let's put this actually below this because we want to show loading while we are fetching the product. And once we get the products, that's where we will show the images and so on. Okay, so let's see our product routes. If we are having, id. Yeah, so it should be actually id should be after the forward slash. Let's try again. Okay, so we are getting the product. Details, the image is too big, but at least we have something here. Yep. So let's see how we can solve this. So we need to have the CSS product page .css and link it here. So import product page .css, and the product page .css, you say product carousel image, so max width 100 pixels, object fit, say cover, this carousel. So carousel, right? So now we have something at least, right? We have the title, the price, and the description here. So now we want to show here the add to cart, right? If we are having it, if we have a user. If you don't have a user, you can add it to the cart. So below this paragraph, so you say if there is a user and the user is not an admin, because we don't want admin to do this. So you can have a button group, okay, with style. So say it's 90%. So form that select form. Large style equals, say it's 40%, border radius 0, say area level, we don't use that actually. Let's remove this. And now we'll have option, so value, say 1, and so on. You can have as many. So this is just to select the quantity you want to allow for users. So 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. And now down below here we'll have a button, size, choose LG, large. So on click, we'll add something here. Let's remove it from now. But this is to add the product to the cart. Okay. And we'll disable this. This is the button. Should be here. Say button. Disabled if there is no user. Right. And we say here add to cart. Actually, this you don't need to have this because we are already having the condition at the top. So we should have an add to cart like this. It's fine. Now, if there is the user, if the user is an admin, we'll add edit product option. So we say here user, and user is admin. So we'll have a link container and a button. And this button will say edit product. And the link container will go to, so we say product, right? Product ID, and we say edit. So the button has a size large, LG. Okay. And now after the row, so down below here, we'll add a div for the similar products. So class name, we say my4, and an h2 says similar products, and a div. Class name, we say dflex, display flex, justify content, center, align items, center, and we say flex wrap. Okay. Now here we'll add another Alice carousel. Say mouse tracking items, the similar products that we have having here, similar products, responsive, say responsive. So there is a responsive object we need to create. So const responsive, just for the different sizes. So we have 0. At 0 we show one item, so at 1 and so on. So at 568 pixels we show 2 items. So this is still in the Alice carousel. 1024 we show 3 items. Let's add the comma here. Control strategy, say alternate. Right, let's see. Okay. There's something wrong in the Alice carousel. Let's see what's going on. Right there, so we need to add the Alice carousel CSS, the style sheet down below here. So we import from React Alice carousel. We have the lib and the Alice carousel. It's called Alice carousel.css. Okay, so that way we'll have the everything set up as we want. So we need to add here important because it's not hiding it. Okay, so it's hiding it now. And now, so let's deal with adding the product to the cart. We have as well the categories here. Okay, the product categories. So let's actually start with the product categories. So So we create another page. We call it category page. .js to RFCE. We'll have import from React out of Bootstrap, no, React Bootstrap actually, and we have call container row. We have a class name, category page container. We have a div with a class name. So we'll have something like this because we need to grab the category from the params. So we say const category use params. So we have const is loading, set is set loading. Actually, it's just loading. Use state set false. We have the products, set products, use state of the search term, set search term, use state is no, this is for the search term. And we have now use effect. So we'll fetch the data by saying set loading to be true. Say Axios. So Axios is coming from the file. So Axios that get the product category and the category itself. That then get some data. Let's just put the parentheses. Set the loading to false. Set the products to be the data, right? Now we catch this, that catch, getting some error. And we say set loading false, and we console log, okay, log e.message. Okay, again, so if loading, we'll just return the loading component. Else, so we have the const products to show product search. It's the product, so we'll filter. This will appear every time you type something, okay, to show. You say product that name, that to lowercase, so that includes search term to lowercase, like this. Okay, and this is what will show here as a result. Now back to the class name. So you say pt3, right, and then the category banner container, and we say category banner container. We have an h1, class name text-center, and we have category. So we'll take the first one, 0, uppercase it. We add category slice 1, like this, and we have a div, this class name filters container, deflex, justify dash content dash center, and pt4, so padding bottom as well 4, and we have an input type of storage, so placeholder, say storage, and change. That's where we'll set the search term to be e target value. Product search, that length equals 0, so we show, else we show something. We have an h1, so else we have, let's say, div, right? So it has to be in using the div here. Okay, so we'll not products to show, and else you have a container, and this container will have a row and a column, md span 10 and offset 1 for the column. And we have now product search that actually map, and then for each product, so we'll show the product preview, not product page, product preview, like this, and then is the product. Okay, now let's see what we have. So for the category found, we don't have the page, so let's add it, app.js. Let's see, so category found, category, and then the category. All right. Yep, so we don't have the route, so let's create a router that gets, so category and the category. So async is a request and a response. We extract the category from the request params, and we try catch. So we try to find let products. So if category equals all, so we'll just say that products equals, we await product, that find, that sort. So we sort by date, say -1. Else, which means if it's not like all the products, we need to select by category, so we say products equals, we await product dot find, we find by category. So just category. Date should be actually a comma. So after that, we say raise that status to 100.json products, and we cache the error with as before this message. All right, so now we can test that it's working or not. So we are having something here which is not what we were expecting. Let's see, category found. Let's log the value. So log category. Oh yeah. So guys, here I made a mistake. Should be category page, actually not product page. Okay. Yep. So we have the found category. Actually be founds. So let's see. In our categories, did we put found? Yeah, let's say founds here. Right. So we have founds, and we have, okay, founds products. If we add it as a categories here, let's like laptop, it should show the laptop. Okay, so let's start it now. We'll add a CSS file, and then we import it here. Category page.css, and we have the category page container, min height, which is 90 view height, and we have the category banner container, height of 200 pixels, background color, so 182. You can choose whatever you want. I just choose this one, like this, like a dark blue. Display of flex, justify content center, align item center, color to be white. Right, so we have it like this. And the container, we can say, right, let's put this as class name. So actually let's have a div here. Class name, so say dflex, justify content center, align items center, say flex wrap. Okay, so now we have the categories, right? The site is taking form. Now once we add the product to the cart, okay, that's where we will add the product to the cart and make the payments and whatever, manage the products with admin, make an order and all that stuff. This will come in the second part, as a second part of this tutorial. But yeah, you have a pretty good application from now. All right, guys, so now we will focus on the card page and the payment. But before that, So if you look at, I actually added more products so that we have something to work with. So let's say this drone. So we want every time when we click a page to kind of scroll up to the top of the page automatically. So to do that, we create a new component in our components and we call it, so scroll to top.js. So scroll to top, and we just say const equals use location, right? And then you have a use effect, and this will every time window. So we scroll to 00, which is the top, and the path name. So it's going to change every time it gets called. Every time we change the path name, right? Like this, and we return null. We don't return anything. So back to our app, that's where we'll use it. So every time we have a page, a new page, we'll just call it. So we can call it here. So scroll to top, right? So now if I click, every time I click, you see that it's scrolling every time, all right? So that was a cool little feature that you can add to this. All right, so to the navigation, we'll add the cart. So before that, let's create the page. So cart page.js, RC, create the cart page.css. So here we import cart page. That's no cart page.css. In this page, we will process a lot of things. One of them is a payment, right? So we'll use Stripe for that. But let's get the user saying state. So state.user, say const products, say use selector, state.products, and we have user cart object, which is a user cart. So let cart equals, so products filter, so product, for each product we say user cart object product. We'll just, this is a way to show the cart objects product that underscore id, so not equals no. Okay, right now let's build a cart page. So we return a container, is a style, so style, and we give it a min height of 95 height, and the class name is cards dash container. So we have a row, and we have an h1 with shopping cart. So class name pt2 and then h3. Okay, and now we say cards that length it is 0. So we have an alert coming from React Bootstrap. So it should be like this, and the variant is info. Actually, it's like this, and we say shopping cart is empty. Add products to your cart. So else, that's where we'll use the Stripe payment. So else here, we can have an empty div from now. So payment here. And let's add it to the app. This will only exist if you have a user. So we say here, user n, right? Add the route, so cart, and the element is the cart page. Even the new product, but for the new product, this is for the users, the admin users. So let's just keep it here from now. So if you go to the cart, it says row not defined. Let's say we go to cart, right? So the shopping cart is empty, so we just have this one. Right, so now if we click on add to cart, that's where we will add to the cart. So we need to have some logic for that. Let's add first the icon to the navigation. You can add it here. So if there is a user and the user is not an admin, right? We say add a link container. And we have a now link, and we have an so an icon is the class name. So FA shopping cart. So this is adding the cart. Still same. Let's add to cart. Right, so now we have this shopping cart page. Okay. So we need to add an icon as well. Now below this, we can say user that cart that count if it is greater than 0. So we will add a span and with the class name of badge. So badge warning dash warning. Can stay here ID equals so art count, and here user that cart account. Okay, so it's going to be like an icon. It should be user that cart that counts. Right, so now we don't have any items, but once you have something in our cart, you will see it here in red. So something like 1, 2, depending on what we have in our cart. Okay, so now let's deal with this add to cart. In our app API, let's add the add to cart. We say add to cart is a builder mutation, and we have the query with the cart info, and we have the URL, which is products. So add to cart. Body is the cart info, and the method is a post method. We also have a remove from cart, so let's just remove from the cart, remove from cart. So we have the body and should be remove dash from dashboard. So the method is delete. The body is the same, and then the method is a delete method. Okay. We have another one to increase cart product. Let's just copy this. Increase cart product. It's still a mutation. It takes a body, but it's here. It's increase cart. So increase carts, and the method is a post method. So we have the decrease carts. It's just the increase carts. We have the decrease cart. Decrease cart product. And we have decrease carts. Method post the same. Right, now let's export them. So we have add to cart mutation, remove from cart mutation, increase cart product mutation, and decrease cart product mutation. All right. Now back to the product page. So we'll add here const add to cart equals use add to cart mutation, right? And it's success. So if it's a success, we'll just show something. Now the button to add the cart. So we'll append the event to that button. So we can say here and click. So we call the function. This we call it add to cart. Add to cart. And we'll provide so what we need, which is user ID, which is user ID, product ID, which is the ID, the price, which is the product that price, and the image. We'll just take the first image, the product that pictures 0.url. Okay. Right. Okay, so now we have the add to cart, and let's add it to the backend. Our product routes, you can say here, cart routes. So we have a router that post, which is add to cart. These are async and the request and the response. All right, and we have this equals request.body. So what we'll extract is user ID, product ID, the price, And then we have a try catch. So we'll add the item to our cart. So by saying here, once user equals, we await user at find by ID. So user ID. So const user cart equals user.cart. And we say if user.cart product exists, so it means if the product is already in the cart, so we just say user cart of that product ID, we add one. Else we say user cart that product ID equals one. Okay. Now we increase the count, so user cart that count plus equals one, and user cart we add the price, so equals number user cart total plus the price, so number price. So now we set the user cart to that new cart equals user cart, and we mark that it modified, so it can save it. So user mark modified, and the cart, we say that it's modified, and we await saving the user, so user that saved. Yeah. Now we say raise that status 200 JSON. We send back the user, the updated user with the cart, like this. And finally, we'll just send the error message as before. Let's do the same for increase carts. We can just copy this, so paste it down because it's kind of the same. So we can say increase cart. So we'll find the user. We create the cart. So here we say user cart dot total plus equals, in this case, number price. So we can remove this one, and we can just put this one here. After we increase the price, we can say we have one more item in the cart. In this case, we know that, all right, it's not a new product, so there is no need to have an if else. We just add one, and then we set again the user card. You mark it as modified before sending it back to the user. The same for the decrease card. So we say decrease so in this case we will not add, but we'll decrease, so it means we'll remove 0, we remove 1, so minus equal minus equal minus equal. Same here. And remove from cart now, so remove from carts. Right, so we'll have here, we'll grab the user, we'll grab the cart, And when we remove from cart, so we need to decrease from, so we say number, so user cart, so that product ID, okay, and we multiply it by, so how many items we have and the price, so we multiply it by, so we say number, price, and the count we will still do the same, so we will, depending on how many items we have in the cart, like this. And now we remove, so delete user cart product ID, okay, let's remove this. And now we say user cart equals user cart, so we save the user and we send back the updated user. Okay, so we have the routes for our cart. All right, so now we can test again. Say, so add to cart, and you can see the dev tools. Click on add to cart, right? So we are having back the user, and you see that here the cart is, so we have the cart with a total, okay, which is like how many items we have. So this is the cart total, I mean the price, the count, okay, and this product, which is this camera, so we have it twice. All right, now we need to show it here, and we need to have like a message to say that, okay, the product has been added to the cart. So let's see, we can add it here. So we say if there is a success, it means this success, okay, after adding the cart. So we'll show a message. Now let's create that, so we can call it toast message.js. So RFC, and it takes an item, so we say item, actually, so item, so the background, and you say const show set show equals, so you have use state true, and will return, so the toast container coming from React Bootstrap, of course. So we have the position, which is bottom right, class name equals, say, toast container, and we have the toast, so with the background equals background that we are receiving, so pg, so on close, say set show false, and you have a show, which is a show delay, so you can choose whatever delay you want, so I'll just make it 6 seconds, and then it will hide after that, so it's like a flash message. And you have the toast header with some image, actually we don't need that, and have a strong here, the message, so class name auto, me auto, and we can say we can add the message even here, so msj, right, and this is the message, and we'll have like something to say small, so now it happened. Now this is the header, and now we have toast that body, so we have item, actually just a message, let's say header MSJ, or it can just have title, and the body. So body here, receive the body. Okay. All right. So we have the toast message, and back to here. So we'll create the toast. We'll have the toast message here. So make sure you import it, and we have so the item is product.name, bg is info. So the title is, actually we don't have item, we have title, don't need this. So it's going to be product.title, or we can just say add it to cart, and the body, okay, the product.name is in your cart. Message that will show whenever we add something to the cart. So let's try again. Say, all right. So, and then it will disappear. Now we can place it at the top left side or top right side. So we have CSS file, and you can link it. So import toast message.css, post container, position absolute, so top 0, right 0, right, so that we have it on the top right side. So that's it. And then let's focus now on the cart here. Not showing how many items you have, so let's see why. We can use this in the navigation CSS. It's an ID, so let's add this. So font size 10 pixels, background color, say red, the color, so white, padding pixels, 4 pixels, vertical align top, margin left -8 pixels, border radius 50%, and margin top -5. So this is the card count. Let's add the badge. So we say badge padding left 9 pixels, border radius an increase of FA shopping cart, font size 20 pixels. Let's see what we have. So one thing is, because the user is not updating, if you look at the Redux, even if we are getting back the user, it's not updating the cart. Or is it? Yeah, it is. So something is wrong with our code. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have the user, right? Updating it. So we are receiving something, but this we are not updating it. So let's go back to the features user slice. and then we'll add the match for when we add the cart, when we remove from the cart to update the user. We can add another one. Just copy this, paste it below, and it's the add to cart. Do the same. So we have remove from cart, increase cart product, so decrease cart product, and let's remove this one. So now every time this gets fulfilled, so it's updating the user with the payload. So now if we say add to cart, it should update the user, and you see now, right? So we are having finally having the cart here. Okay, back to the navigation. So should be this. Now this, the shopping cart, right? So let's add the payment because we have items in our cart. So let's add the payment. Back to the cart page. So this needs to be in a column. So column, because we'll have a left side column and a right side column. So let's add it here, and we say MD, so 7, right? And we have another one, another column with MD 5, and here we will show not this one, so MD5, and this is where we show the cart items. So we say cart.length greater than 0, and what do we do here? So we'll have like a table, okay, and the table will be responsive. So we say responsive. Table is coming from React Bootstrap, so sm class name cart table, so t head, the table head. So we have tr, and for the t header, so we'll add a non-breaking space here. It's just an empty one. So we have 4 items. So product, price, quantity, and subtotal, right? So we have this kind of table to show all the products we have here. So this is, you make the payment here, and then you show the products you want to pay here. And now let's add the T body. So the T body will loop through. So here loop, we loop through the cart product, and we say cart.map. So for each item, so we'll show a table row, right, with some TD and NBSP, and below this TD, so we have another one with the icon, so I, class name, so FA times, and the style is, so we have margin right 10, cursor is a pointer. Okay, so now we'll have for each product, so you have this so that you can remove the item from the cart. Let's make this actually bigger. So we have an image. So the product image, we'll take the first image, right? So we say source, so item, pictures, so 0 URL, and let's add the style, inline style here. We say width 100, height 100, and object fit, we say cover. So you have the item. Okay, let's add here some margin left of 10. Now, let's remove it. Right, so let's add another TD. So we have TD, and then it's going to be item price, and let's add another TD with a span. So we have class name, quantity, indicator. Right, so this is where you can uh, add more items or remove more items from the cart. So increase or decrease the cart quantity, we can say. So we have class name, fa dash minus dash circle, and we have another one. So plus, right? So you have the minus and you have the plus. And below this TD, so we have another one. So this is where we have the subtotal. So item, that price, and we multiply it by the user cart. So say user.cart item underscore ID. And now below this table, so we'll have a div and with an h3 class name, you can say h4, so padding top 4, and we have the total user.cart total. Right, so we have the total, you have the quantity here, we'll show the quantity. Okay, and you will increase or decrease from the cart. So we'll add a span where we'll show the user cart, so item underscore ID. Right, so now we have, right, we are having how many items you have in the cart and the total. Let's create the CSS. We have the CSS, so let's add items to the CSS. We have FA plus circle and FA minus circle. So we have the cursor, which is the pointer, and the table responsive SM. So max height 70 VH, overflow, you can have a scroll. Let's add some space here. Display inline block and margin. So for the FA plus circle, so you can have a margin left, which is 5 pixels. Okay, and the same for FA minus circle. So FA minus circle, we have margin right of 5 pixels. Okay, so now when you click on this, it should increase or decrease the item from the cart. So we need functions to manage that. So we will import here const equals use increase cart. So use increase, let's see the mutations if we have it. Let's see. This is what we need, increase cart. Yeah, this one. So we can say here import use increase cart product mutation, and the use decrease. So let's click this one again, and we can have here const increase cart equals, so use increase cart product mutation, and the same for the decrease cart. So use decrease cart product mutation, and we call it decrease cart. And use remove from cart, and the same. So remove from cart and use remove from cart mutation. Right, so now let's create a function. So function handle decrease takes an e and the product. So we say quantity equals number e target. So next element sibling inner HTML. We can even say here the quantity is just the cart quantity. So user cart count. So if the quantity less than or equal to 0, so we return alert, can't proceed, because we can't have something below 0, so can't proceed. Else we call the decrease cart product. Right, so now here, so this one on click, on click, we say e, and we'll call it with product ID, which is item ID, price, so item the price, user ID, we say user not underscore ID. Yep, so let's remove this here. So we need to match what it's like required in this function. And when we increase the cart, so we say on click, so we just call the increase cart. So we say increase cart and product ID, say item underscore ID, price item underscore item dot price, user ID, so user underscore ID. Okay, actually 53. Yeah, I forgot to call here decrease cart. Right. So when you click this minus, it should decrease the cart, and when you click the plus, it should add the item to the cart. So let's test it now. Right click on plus. So as you can see, it's increasing the cart, and it's actually doing it in the backend. So if I decrease, right, keep decreasing, and if I reach 0, oh, it should not actually reach 0. There is an issue. Let's see. Right, so here it should be handle decrease cart. Right, so this function actually, and you don't need that. So if we try to decrease from the cart, yeah, it says can proceed, so it is what we need. And now this should remove it from the cart. So when we click on it, it should remove the item from the cart. So back to this icon. So when you click on it, so on click, it should remove the item. So remove from cart and product ID, which is item ID, price, which is item that price, and the user ID, which is user that underscore ID. Alright, so when you click on it, it should remove the item from the cart, which is not doing now. Let's see why. Alright, so if you are sending everything, right guys, so actually, so I found out that so you have to put a post here, because even if I put a delete, so it doesn't seem to work. So with the post, you can, even if it's not like uh, the threaded request, but you can still make a post request uh, to delete something. It even happens sometime, right? So here you make it a post request, and as well here in the remove card, so you make it it was a delete, so you change it to be post. And now if you click on this, right, so it's going to remove the item from the cart. So we can even add some state here. So while it's is loading, right, so while it's loading, we want to return. So we want to, so is loading. So while it's not loading, right, we'll show this. But once it's loading, we don't want to delete the same item twice. It can bring errors to your code. So let's try again. Let's add this one to the cart, right? Getting this, and right, so now, right, so it's being removed. Okay. So we did add items to our cart. Okay, so and then if you have many items to the cart, let's say you add the camera as well, so you have two items to the cart, so we can remove this one. So we'll still have access to the cart, so we can increase the cart, right? Decrease the cart. And now the payment. For the payment, we need to have Stripe, use the Stripe API. So Stripe allows you to collect payments from your users. So we'll use it as developers, and it gives us a test account we can use for this project. So you can sign into your account if you have one, or you can just create an account if you don't have one. So they have like a guide for developers, and I'm just going to connect to my account. Once you are signed into your account, so you will have this dashboard depending on where you are when you are creating account, but this is my test mode, so I'm in test mode, which means I can collect payments, but it won't actually be real payments, right? So these are what I collected from the e-commerce account, right? It gives you the dashboard and everything about the developers. So for the developers, they have this publishable key and the secret key. You actually need to look at our dashboard. For the dashboard, we can click on the developers tab here, right? And it gives me the successful payments I did this week. Yep, so you have pretty much everything you need. But what we need here is the API key, right? And the secret key. So you will have an API key. Again, don't copy mine. And then we'll use it in our account. To accept payment with Stripe, so we need a component, or I can say a package. So npm I, we say Stripe, right? So this is what you need. Stripe. Oh, so npm I, you can say at Stripe, and / we say React dash Stripe dash JS. We need as well. So Stripe / Stripe dash JS, and we'll create here a Stripe promise. So outside the function, we say const Stripe promise equals, so the load Stripe that's coming from the Stripe JS, and we will add here our publishable key. So this one. Okay. Now we have our publishable key. So before this, below this info, so instead of having this div, this placeholder div, so we'll create actually the payment container. So it's called elements, and coming from React Stripe JS, like this. Okay. And it takes a Stripe param, which is the Stripe promise. So this one. And within that Stripe promise, so we'll create a component. This is for the checkout form. Say checkout form.js. And we will have here, so const stripe equals use stripe. Okay, const elements equals use elements, and const user equals use selector, takes a state, and we say state user, and we have const navigate, use navigate. We have an alert message, alert message, use state, and we have the use create order mutation, so we don't have it now. Let's create it. Our app API, we can have here create order. So create order equals our builder mutation, and you have the query, which is the body, like this. So the URL goes to the orders. The method is a post method, and the body. So we'll just send everything about the order, which is the body, and this should be actually a colon, and we can add it here for export. So use create order mutation. So const, we have the function, so equals use create order mutation. We have is loading and is error. We have, we'll take like, let's say country, set country for the address. So use state, const address, set address, use state. Let's create a function. So function to handle the pay. So handle pay. It takes an event. Come back to this function. Now we will return here a column with md equals 7 and class name equals card payment container. We have a form, right? And on submit the form, we'll have the handle pay function, and now we have a row, and so we have alert message, and we show the alert message. It's an alert. Is the message. You can just say here the message. We'll have a column md of 6, and below we'll have a form group with the class name mb3, create a form label, say first name. We have the form control. The class name is, we don't need class name, so we say type text. So the placeholder is so first name, and the value is by default username, so we won't have to put anything here. We'll have another one. We say last name, so it should be first name. Should be email actually. User email. So let's put this checkout form within this element. Like this. So let's add the row. Right, so first name or last name. And of course, you need to make this disabled. So say disabled. And the same here, so disabled. So the row should actually cover these columns so that we are in a row like this. I will create a second row. So this is where you will put your actual info. So let's put this one. And we can make this one 7. And we say address, type text. The value is the address, and on change, so we'll have e. So set address, e target value, right? And then we have another one for country. So country, so say 5. So country, and we say here address. Right, so the value here is the country. We say set country. Okay, so now we can have an address here and the country here. All right. Now below the row, so we'll have a label. So we say card for the card, and we can have an HTML for it's going to be card element. And now this is where we'll have the card element. The card element will give us a card where we can output some card details. So like this, right? So this is by default Stripe, okay? And then there is the default card is just photo up to the end here. Now below this card element, we can add a button, and the class name here as mt3. So the type is submit, and we'll make this disabled if the user card. So if we don't have any items in our cards, we will disable it, so we can pay. We cannot pay with that, or if it is actually pay. So we don't have the paying, right? So for the paying, so we'll have it coming from the auto component and the set paying as well. Okay. Now button is coming from, of course, React Auto Bootstrap, no, React Bootstrap, I mean. And we'll have the button here, right? The button should say something. Let's add it here. So we say paying. If we are paying, we say processing. Or else we say just pay. Okay. So we have the pay here. Now let's deal with the set pay function. So we say if there is no Stripe object, or if there are no elements, or if the user that card that count less than or equal to 0, so we'll just return. Okay, we don't pay. Else we set the paying to be true. We say we are paying now. And the client secret, so we say const. No, say here const. We extract the client secret. We'll get back the client secret after fetching. So await fetch the backend 8080, and the route, which is create payment. Let's add here the method, which is a post method, and the headers, we say content type, which is an application JSON. Right, and the function should be, let's see, async. So we say async here. So for the header, so we say body, which is JSON stringify. So amount, so we say how the amount of the payment, user total card, user card total. So user card total. So that's then. Now we get the response, and we say res.json. Right, so we get the client secret, and we get as well the payment intent. So we await Stripe confirm to confirm the card payment. So after it confirm the card payment with the client secret, so the payment method, we say payment method is a card. So the card is elements that get element, the card element. Okay, but this code is coming from Stripe, I believe. So after that, so after this, we set the payment, so paying, which means if we finished paying. So after we pay, we want to go back to, let's say, a new page, the orders page. So if the payment intent exists, which means we have payment, we have paid. So we create the order now. We use user ID, which is user underscore ID. The cart, which is user cart. The address and the country, and that's then. So we get a response, and if it's not loading or and I mean is there is no is error, so we set alert message to be so payment, right? We have an alert here, payment, and then the payment intent, that status. Okay, so we have an alert message, and we have a set timeout now. Actually, set timeout. Timeout, we can have 2 seconds before we navigate to a new page, which is the orders page. Right, so that's it for this checkout form. Back to the cart page. Let's make sure we have everything. So here we have so paying, set paying, right? Use state, by default it's false, and that's what we'll use. Actually, we can just put it in this one like this. We don't need to pass any property. Everything is managed by the form, not by the cart page, and it makes more sense. We can add something here. So if there is no user, for example, actually don't need this. Okay. So now we can create the payment endpoint. But the payment intent, we do it here. So we say app.post in the server, because it's not related to any route. We say create payment and async request response. So we get the amount from request body, and we try catch. We try to have the payment intent equals, we await Stripe, and Stripe is coming from the Stripe module. So we say here const Stripe equals, we require Stripe, and then so it needs to have here your secret. So for example, the secret key, I won't show it, so I'll just put it as a process in the as an env file. I'll say process.env, so that Stripe underscore secret, and then I'll put it in my env file. So make sure you have yours as well. Right, so now we can use this Stripe. So here, so it's payment, the intents, we create, so the amount, right? The currency, which is a USD currency, and the payment underscore method underscore types, which is a card. After that, we say raise status 200 JSON. So we send back the payment intent. If you remember, this is what we were waiting for in the front end. So we are waiting for it here, right? So the payment intent. So once we get it, we know that the payment has been completed. So else, as before, we can just say, so res that status 400 dot JSON e dot message. Okay. Let's start the server. And we'll test now the payment. Okay. So let's say address, country, and here the test card is just photo as before, as I said. So no thanks. Once again, just photo pay. So there is something that we probably forgot to add, and it's here. So we say E, we need to prevent the default. Okay. And we don't navigate from now. Let's just comment this out. We want to see the message. So country, you say photo. Okay. Right. So let's see what's the issue. Oh, actually, let's remove this negative. Should be just user.card.count. Okay, and not the exclamation point. And let's try again. So I was testing a lot of things, and I found out that it was the issue. So if we say address and the country, so photo, let's try to pay. It's processing. You should get a message or something like that. Okay, so apparently something is not working. So let's see why. Okay, so we are having some issues with the client secret. All right, guys, so to allow payments, so we need to actually have it available, the env files, and the way we do it is actually by requiring the .env. Okay, so make sure you have this before you require anything. Otherwise, it will throw an error, right? So put this .env, that config, so that you can have access to the payment. And once we have this, so you can pay, right? So it's processing, and then you will have this notification saying that it's being paid. Now let's just make sure that some of the items in the checkout form are required. So let's like this one, say required here, and then required. Okay, and now after that, we can just reactivate this one, so remove the comments, and it's going to navigate to a page that we call the order page. So because we don't have the order page right? So it doesn't work. So let's say here is success, and if it is a success, so we'll disable it. So, or you can say so is success, right? So before we actually move to the next page, so it's a success, but we don't want to click that button again, so we want to disable it, okay, while it's being redirected. Now let's build this orders page. Let's create the orders page. We have the pages and we have orders page. So we say RFC, and we have the CSS file. So orders page.css. Right, and then let's import it here. .css. So we'll have here const user. So we grab the use selector. So state that user. We grab the products. So state that products. And we have the orders. So orders, set orders, use state. Right, so it's an empty array from now. We have loading, set loading, goes use state. Right, we have order to show. This is for when we want to have more details about an order. Use state like this, and we have the show, set show, use state, false. So these are our state. Now the use effect will fetch our orders. So we set the loading to true, and we use Axios. So let's import Axios. So Axios from the Axios file, and we say Axios get, so /users. So we want to get orders from one user. So we use a variable here, user underscore ID /orders. Right, that's then. So we get the data. We set the loading to false, and we set the orders to the data. Right, and we have a catch. So E, where we'll set the loading back to false, and we can just log E, the error. And of course we want to do it every time. So the first time, let's just add the dependency array here. So now what we'll return the orders from the user. So we'll have a container is an h1, right? So your orders. The class name is text center. We'll have a table, and this table, so we make it responsive, stripped, bordered, and hover. Okay, so we have the T head for table head. We have a TR for the table row, and we have TH. This a pound, so we'll have date. Actually, let's say status, total, and so NBSP for just some empty space. And then we have the T body, right? So this is where we'll have the orders. So we have a TR. Actually, we need to look through the orders. We say orders that map. Now for each order, we'll return table row. Say this, so we return a table row. Close it here. And we have a TD. So for each data, we have the order underscore ID. So let's add the other fields. So we have another one for the status. Now for the status, we'll just have a badge here. So badge coming from React Bootstrap, and the background, so BG, depending on the order status. So we say order status. So is it processing? If it is the case, so the class name will be warning, else we'll have success. So this is just depending on the order status, so will be either warning or success. And the badge will have a text white, and the order, that status. So it's either processing or shipped. Okay. And below we'll have a TD, so $, and we say total here, right? And yeah, let's see what we have now. So let's add this page to the app. So let's add it here. This is for when we have a user. So orders, and the orders page. Okay, so we have total is not defined, so it's actually order that total. Right, so we have the table. And we need to have here. So if it's if it is loading, right, we need to return the loading component. So if as well there is no orders, so if orders that length is 0, we return an h1. So with the class name text-center that says no orders yet, and the padding top of 3, we can have the same. Oh yeah, so it's no orders yet. Yeah, because we haven't created the order, we just made the payment, right? So if you look at the product page, the product routes, so once we create a payment, we should create an order as well. To create an order, we create here the route and we call it order routes.js. And we need a model. So order.js for the model. So we say const mongoose equals require. So we require mongoose, and we have the order schema, which is mongoose.schema. So we have products, type of object. We have the owner. So type, which is mongoose.schema that types that object ID. This is to say that a user owns can the an order belongs to a user, right? And we say it's required, of course. So true. Have the status, which is of type string, and the default is processing. So an order by default is being processed. You have the total, type number, and the default is 0. We have the count, which is of type string, and the default is 0. Actually, it should be number. So the order has a date. So date, type of string, and the default is a new date to ISO string. So you split it on the T and the time, right, and 0. So you take the first one, right, and you have the address. So the address is of type string. We have the country, which is of type again string, and let's say minimize to false. So it's actually an object. So minimize to be false, so that we don't just remove empty items. We want to keep empty items, even empty object or empty arrays. And we create the order. So mongoose that model. So the model is called order, and then is the order schema, right? And we say module exports equals the order. Now back to the route. Import router, say express that router. We have the order, which is we require from the models. So order. Do the same for the user. And we have the schema. coming from, so we require Mongoose. So we need it. I don't think so. We don't need this. I don't think we need it. So the first thing is creating an order, and we have router that post, so we post, and we have async, so request response, right? Let's say, so we have const io equals request. Actually, we don't, so remove that. We have const user ID cart, so we need the country and the address from the request that body, and we try now. So we'll try to create the order. So to create the order, we need the user. So we find by ID, which is user ID. We have the order count, which is the cart that counts. We have the order total, which is the cart that total. We have the order, which is await order create. So we create the order now. Is the owner. The owner is user underscore ID. The products cards, and the country and the address, like this, right? So now we need to save the order. We say order that count is now the order count. So actually, we can just say cart that count. Let's remove this, and we say order that total, cart that total, and we await order that save the order. And from that point, right, we will update the cart. So user that cart equals, now we say again total, and the count is 0. So we say user that orders that push the new order we created, and we need to have a date for our order. So we create a function here, and we call it format date. It takes the date. It doesn't take a date. I can just say, yeah, it takes the date. So what do we have? We have const hours equals date get hours, const minutes equals date get minutes. So const AM or PM, we say hours. We don't need that. We don't need that. So pause and edit this. So we need to mark that, to say that there is something modified, and it's the orders array. So we await, actually we await now user that save, okay, and we say res that status 200 that JSON user. So that's the order creation, and else we say res that status 400 that JSON e that message. Let's create the second one, which is getting all the orders. So have router.get. So async request response. So we try catch. So what do we try? We try const orders equals await order that we find all the orders, and then we populate because it's orders without the informations. So we will populate it with the owner, and we take the email and the name, and we say raise that status 200 that JSON the orders. So else we say raise that status 400 that JSON e. You can say e that message. Right, and then let's say here module that exports equals router, and we make it available in our server. So we say here const order routes equals we require from routes order routes. Okay, so now we have an error here. Order routes. Yeah. So order.js line 2 have a typo here. So it should be object ID. All right. So now let's say we don't have orders, but let's make sure it's getting the orders. Let's look at the network and make sure it's yeah. So we need to have another route, not route, but another endpoint here for getting a specific user's routes. So these are for the admin. So for the users orders, we need to come here to the users routes, and we say const order. We require models, and we say order. And we have here get user notif orders. So we say router that get so ID and orders, and we have an async with request response, and we get the ID from the params, and we try catch. So we say const user, we await user find by ID, so and then populate the orders and raise that JSON user that orders, and we can just log the message. All right. So if we try again now, we should have, right, the orders. Is the route. So we have no orders from now. So let's try to order. So for to, and let's pay. Right, so still, because we haven't updated, we haven't taken that new endpoint, we haven't put it in our app API. So let's put it in the app API. We have this create order, right? So we have it here. So let's see if we have it in the features. We don't have it. You can add it here below. The same, we just say here create order. All right, so it returns the payload with the new card, the updated card. So once we create again, it is okay. Yeah, so we haven't forgot something. So there is so many things we have to put here. So let's add the app here that use for orders, and it's the order routes. Let's try again. Yep, as you can see, the card has been updated, right? And then we are having now the order, the ID, the status, the total, and this should not be there. But yeah, so let's see. So it's the orders page. We can add another one. So as time or date, actually. And so we'll have another one. It's after the status. So here have the date. Let's remove this one. We'll put let's see. Yeah, we have the date, right? And we have the total. And let's say this one, we don't need it actually. Yep. So we have now the orders, right? The card has been updated. It's now empty after making an order, so it's processing. And now what's left is actually handling the admin page and then the notifications here. All right, guys. So now let's create everything about the admin. So the admin dashboard, and so that we can manage orders and products and so on. So we create a new page and we call it so admin dashboard.js. We say RFCE here. So we need to import Axios from the file Axios. We need to import, so let's create here import admin dashboard.css, and let's create it here admin dashboard.css. All right, and so we have now a function that will return So depending on what we want. So we'll have products, orders, and clients to manage. And we have a container, right? So we have a tab because it's a tab container. So container, and we have a row. So a column, MD of 3. So we have a nav and a variant fields. So class name is flex columns. So we have our nav items now. The first nav item will have a nav dash link dot link, and the event key. So we say event key is products, and we say products, and we'll have one for products, one for orders, and one for clients. So we say orders and clients. So we have, this is the first column. The second one is, so column of MD9, and we have the same. So tab, in this case content, we can just say hello. So say, and we can add this to our app.js. But this is for admin. So user and user is admin. So and we can add the route, just add this one. And this is for the admin. So admin user, admin dashboard, and let's add, so call and row. Okay. See, if you go to admin, doesn't work. Yeah, because we are not an admin. Yeah, so we need to change that. I'm logging into my MongoDB account so that I can change the user admin. So I'm in my database, so you can just look at the collections. So let's say this one, let's look at the users, and we can make this one true. Okay, so true. By default, this one is true. All right, and then you can just update. So we need to log in and log out. So say user1, for example, .com. But let's create an actual admin user. Make this false back, and we create the admin user. So admin user at example.com. Right, close, come back here. Let's make this one true. Update. Need to log in again. Right, so now if you go to admin, So we are having the admin page, right? Back to the code. We can put this in the navigation. So we can have here user, and so user is admin, and so we'll have this one. Just make this. Okay, admin dashboard, right? Actually, so we have, yeah, should be there. Yeah, we had it already. So let's remove it from here, and should go to admin. Right, so it's fine now. Let's make this SM small. So now uh we'll have here a component for each of these. So products, orders, or clients. So if you go to products or orders or clients, so we should show it here, right? And then let's select here and add a default active key, which is products, and should be flex column. These are this, like this. Okay. Now let's create the dashboard products. So in the components here, so we have dashboard products.js RFC. So we have the products, have view selector, state, so state products. The same for user. And we need to have a function here for removing the product. So we'll add it. Removing the product. So we have a function that's called handle delete product, takes an ID. So logic here. And we return the table. So we have a table. Again, stripped, bordered, hover, and responsive. The head, ER, and TH. So we have product ID, product name, product price. Okay. And in the T body, that's where we have so products that map. For each product, we return a table row and the TD. So we put the image of the product here. So source, will be the pictures 0, so the URL, the class name, which is dashboard product preview. So we have the TD, product underscore ID, and the same for the name and the price. Right, and then we'll have another one. This is for removing the product or editing the product. So button, so on click, so we have here a handle delete product with the ID and user underscore ID. It's product underscore ID, and we call it delete. So we have another one. This is for editing the product. So it's going to be product, so ID, so product ID, /edit, and we give it a class name of btn warning, say edit. Right, so let's see what we have now. Let's connect it to this one. So for the products, which is here, the top content, so it takes an event key, which is products, and if it is the case, we'll show the dashboard products. Okay, pictures, so product pictures at the bottom, and we say import link like this. Right, so now you have the products, but we need to resize the picture, so we say import dashboard product.css, and we create it here. We need to correct this, give it width 100 pixels, height 100 pixels, object width, say cover. Let's save. All right, so now we have the pictures, and we have the actions here. So this is for the products. Now for the orders, we need to do the same. So actually, we forgot to add this. So removing the product, so we can add it in the app API. So we have, so delete, so we have the create product somewhere here. Yeah, so let's add it. So delete product, which is a builder mutation. So the query, it takes the product underscore ID and user underscore ID. This, so the URL is the products, so product underscore ID, and the body is user underscore ID. It's actually product ID. We have the method which is delete method. Right. So let's add the update product. Let's just copy this. Say update product. Takes a product, ID, yeah. So the body here is the product, and we send a patch method. So patch, and then let's add it here. So update product, delete product mutation, and use update product mutation. You can say here const equals use delete product mutation, and then we say delete product can have is loading is success, and the handle delete product now will have a confirm. So we say if window dot confirm, say are you sure? So we delete the product underscore ID, which is the ID, and user underscore ID, which is user dot underscore ID. So if it is deleting, we cannot delete again. So we can say disabled equals is loading, right? And we check here in the database that we have the product routes. So we have the delete product, which is fine. Now we can test it, right? So let's remove this one. So if we remove it, we should notify the app API as well. So through our services, product slice, so we create here the extra reducers, say builder add matcher app API endpoints. We have the create product match fulfilled, for the same. Let's say this, so we have the payload and we return payload. Update product the same. And we have delete products. For delete products. Okay. So now if you remove one, let's try again with this one. Don't have it yet. It's a typo actually. We should say JSON. Let's try with this one. You can see we actually removed other products. It wasn't responding because of that, but now you see it's removing the products. The edit page is not done yet, so we'll come back to it. But now we can remove a product, right? So for the edit page, let's add it. So edit product.js page. It's going to be actually like the create product. So the new product here, copy it, paste it here, and edit product page. So it's edit product page. And let's make this available only for the app.js. Let's see what the routes. So it's product ID edit. Okay. We click edit product ID edit. So we should show here edit product page and product actually. Yeah. So with product, let's just replace some. Say edit product. Okay. We grab the ID. So const ID request the params. Actually, it's use params. So use params. We have the name, description, price, category, images. Image to remove. Instead of create product, we need to have update product. So use update product and call it update product like this. So we still need this handle remove image. We need as well the handle submit, but here we call the update product, right? With the ID, it takes an ID, the name, the description, the price, the category, and the images. Okay. And we can alert something. So alert product updated. or we can have is success here. So if it is a success, we can have product updated. Okay, let's remove this alert. So we need to have a use effects because we'll fetch one product. So we have here the use effect. We say use effect, and we need Axios. So Axios that get, so from products, the ID, so plus ID, that then after we get the response, so we make it a data, like this, and we say const product equals data dot product. We set the name to be the product dot name. We set the description to be product description. We set the category to be product category. We set the images, so product pictures. Set the price to be product the price. So, and we have that catch e. We have a log console log the error, and it depends on the ID. So we say ID. Right. So now we should get right. So we are getting the product information, everything we need. The category we don't have it. Let's see why. Value should be category. The value yeah, the form select. So here the value will be product for the category actually. Right. So because it is an edit, so it should come with whatever we had from the product, and then we can update it. So let's say update. And we can have iPhone updated. So update product, and we have the product updated, and you see that it's been updated, right? So that's what we needed for the update. Now we can go back to the dashboard. So this part is complete. So let's move to the orders and the clients. We will finish with the clients. So for the orders now, we need another component. So like the dashboard. So we'll create that component here. So orders page. So admin page.js, the same, and we will put it in our admin dashboard. So we do the same. So orders and orders admin page. Right. So now if we click on orders, let's see something. Right. So here actually, so instead of in the tab content, we need to have a tab pane like this, so we can navigate through the panes. So we have this here, and the event key should go to the tab pane. So like this. Do the same for the tab content should not be there. This should be tab pane, and we close it here. So let's see now. So now it's working, right? Back to the other admin page. So we'll create a state. So orders, set orders, which is use state, right? An empty array. So we have const loading, set loading, is a use state, false, const products, use selector, state products. So we have const order to show, set order to show, use state. We haven't finished with the first order page, so we'll come back to that. So we have const show, set show, use state, be false, right? We need a use effect. So we set the loading to be true, and we say we need Axios. So we say import Axios from Axios. Set the loading to true, and then we say Axios that get orders. So that's then data. So we'll extract the data like this. So set loading to false, and we set the orders. No, so set orders to be the data, and we have a catch, takes an event. We set the loading to false, right? And then let's just have like this. So if it's loading, we will return loading. Loading with the loading component. So let's import it. We'll have the loading component here. So if orders that length, if it is 0, we return. So h1, no orders yet. So the class name is text center pt4, and else so we can just go back to the order. So let's see this one, and just take this table, right, and then we'll return it here. Like this. It's kind of the same. And so we have the table. We have the badge. So let's see what we have. Right, so the difference is that with the admin page we will have here actions that we can take, and we can look at orders, and if it is processing, so depending on the process, the studies, so we'll add actions. So we need as well to add more things here. So another one for client name. We have items, the items. We don't need the status, don't need date. So let's say here order total and address. And then we can have it here. So we have the ID, another one for order that owner name, if you have the owner, another one for order that counts how many items you have, so another one, this is the total, let's put it there. We have as well the address, and here depending on, so order that status, if it is processing. So what do we have? So we have a button, so that says mark as shipped, and else we'll have a badge. That says shipped, if it is shipped, and bg, so bg equals success. Let's see what's going on. Let's see, yeah, so something like this. And depending, right, so because it's not shipped yet, we'll have this button. We have the client name, we have the items, the total, and the address. So that's what the user is seeing. So remember, this is coming from the backend. If we go back to the backend, so if you look at the other routes where we are getting the routes, so we are populating it with the owner, okay, and the name and the email, that's what we are putting here, okay. So the button, give it a size SM for small, and we have a non-click. So when we click, we'll fire a function we call mark shipped, and we'll mark it with order ID and the owner ID, right? Say order that owner that ID. So let's create a function here. Right, it takes an ID and the owner ID. So product ID, actually it's order ID. right? Now after that, we need to see the order. So let's remove the order date, and we'll put here instead a span, right? And the style will be cursor. Cursor is a pointer, and we'll have a view. So view order with an icon, class name FAI, like this, and on click we'll create a function here. So it's called show order and the product, right? And then let's create the show order like this. And now that's what we have, right? So we have the order ID, the name, the how many items we have, the total, the address. We can mark it as shipped, and we can view the order, right? So that's what we'll use here. Let's now fill the functions. So for the mark shipped, we need to use Axios. So the patch, and we'll send it to /orders / so the ID, which is order ID, and we say mark shipped, right? And then the owner ID, so owner ID, and we say that then once we get the data, we can set the orders to be the data, and that catch, so it's an event, and we can just say log e. Okay, now for the show order, we want to show the product. So let's just first test this mark shipped. We don't have that route, so we create it here. We say shipping order, so router that patch, so ID mark shipped, so async take a request and a response, and we have const equals request.body. It's the owner ID, right? And we have the ID request.params, and we try now. So we say const user, we await user find by ID, so the owner ID, we await order find by ID and update. We find by this the ID, and we say status now is shipped. We get the orders, so const orders equals await order that find, and that populate again with the owner, so email and name. For const date, actually we don't need this. Await user that save, and res that status. Actually we don't need to save the user, we don't have a user yet. We'll come back to this for notifications. So we just 200.json the orders, and we catch with res.status 400.json with e.message, right? So you have the route for patching a user, and after patching the user, we'll send back the orders. Let's make sure that we are dealing with that endpoint in our services. So the feature here, user slice or product slice, right? So we don't need that actually. So we can just set the orders to be our data. Okay. So now if I click on mark as shipped, you see that it's getting shipped. All right. So that's what we need to have. Now let's build this view order. So to show the order, we need to have the products object, which is all the products. We say let products to show equals, we say products that filter, so each product, and a product object product underscore id. So we first filter out the products, okay, that exist in our products object. So these are the ones that we want to show. So we say, and then we will have like IDs here. So we want to kind of populate for each ID, we want to populate it with the actual data. So we say products to show now equals products to show still that map, and for each product, so we'll return say const product copy, a copy of the product copy that count, we say products object product at underscore id. We remove the description, but I mean we don't need it. Product copy that description, and we return the product copy. So this will make sure we have only the orders to show. So, and we set the set show to be true, and now we say set order to show to be the products to show. So like this. And we need to have a model, so that model will be shown below the table. So we can have a model, and let's put this in fragments. So this, you can actually grab the model from React Bootstrap. So I'm just going to build it from scratch. So show, you can say equals show, and you say on hide, call a function called handle close, right? And we create that function here. It's just a small function. Handle close equals a function that say set show to false, right? Now this model is going to show us the order details. So we have a header, so model that header, we say it has a close button, and then we have the title, so we say order details, and now below we say order to show, right? That map for each product, or we can say for each order. So we return a div with the class name order dash details underscore container. So it's two underscores. You have the image. We'll just show the order image with the source, which is order pictures 0 URL style equals, so we say max width 100, height 100, object fit say cover. Okay, and down, so below the image we'll have a paragraph, so we say p with the span, and we say product, it's actually order that count x, so let's say n times, right, x times, so x here, and we have a product order, that name. So below we have a paragraph for the price, and we make it a number, product order price, so that we'll calculate here the total price, and we multiply it by the product count, like this. So order count, and below we have model footer with the button, the variant, you can put it whatever you want here, so I'll say secondary and close. And when you click on it, so on click, say handle close. Okay, so now let's see the order. Let's see, we are having assignment to a constant variable, and 25. So it should be let, actually. The orders, so see the order. Doesn't show. We can inspect, see, or we can just log the value. Okay. So here it's actually order that products. Let's see what we have. Yep, so it's actually order that products. So now we are seeing, okay, the order. If we make, let's say we create another, now we cannot do it here, unfortunately. Yeah, but it's showing here, right, the order. So you can just, you need to make it, use CSS to style it. So this we can say dflex, display flex. So justify content space around. So py of let's say 2. Right. Let's see what we have. See here. It's around, so you justify content around, and yeah, so that's it. So you are bringing the order, you can close, you can mark it as shipped, and then let's look at the clients. So for the clients, it's easy. We just want to, I'll just leave it to you, right? At this point, you can make whatever you want to have here. I'm just going to show you. So create or clients admin page.js rfce, and let's put it in our dashboard. Right. So this is for the clients. I'm just going to show the clients, and yeah, so and then I'll leave it to you to manage the clients. If you want to have remove the clients, edit the clients, so it's up to you. Right, so for the clients, we'll have here const users, set users, use state, so null, loading, set loading, use state, false, and we have a use effect. Right, and we set the loading to false or true. So we need to import Axios from Axios. So we say Axios that get, so we get users that then, so we get the data, and we set the loading to be false, set the users to be the data, so, and then we have a catch with an error. We set the loading to be false, okay, and we can log the value e. So of course the first time we load the page, so again if loading, we return the loading component, if right users that length is 0, we return h2 class name pt 2, we can just say py2, and text center, so no users yet. I think you know now how it works. Yeah, also we have the table, so let's take it from admin dashboard. Here let's say this table, this, so we return, can just say return the table, right? So we say here client ID, client name, say email, right? And we say here instead of orders, we say users, and let's format, change our currencies. So orders, user, we have here, yeah, orders, so order, So we have a pretty simple user name and user email, and let's remove this and this as well. Yeah, and then table is coming from React Bootstrap. All right. Yeah, and then you have the clients, right? If you notice here, we are just showing the ones that are not the admin, right? So it's filtering the clients, and let's see. Yeah, so we are just giving the admin. So that are not admin, we say is admin false. All right. Right, so that's it for this part. Let's finish with, so after we create, we'll finish with the notifications, and of course the orders page hasn't been finished yet. All right. All right, guys, so now we will deal with the notifications, and to do that we need to have what we call WebSockets. So if you have been following my videos, so there is one part where I'm using WebSockets, which is when building the chat app, right? So we are going to do the same, about the same, but it's going to be simpler here. So we need to have WebSockets, and I believe I installed it already. If you look at package.json, we should have, right? Don't have it, so let's install SocketIO. So we say npm I socket.io dash client. Sorry, it's npm I, and we go to the app.js. So go to app.js, and we have a use effect like this, and then we say const socket equals, we import IO, and we say, so we'll use the WS as WebSocket to connect to our backend, which is localhost 8080, right? And then we say socket.off. So this is, it's going to listen to a notification. So that on notification. So it takes a message object. It takes the user ID, right? So we'll say here, we'll create a logic for notification. Okay. So in the backend, we had already the server service IO, but we'll make it so now we only accept our front end. And we can make this, so get post patch delete. Okay, so only accept these methods. Then we'll down here we'll say IO. We can say app.set. So we'll set the socket IO to be the IO. So that way we can have this available in our routes, because we need it in our routes. So in the other routes here, once we create an order, we want to use WebSockets to send a notification. to the admin. So we can say const io equals request.app.get, so socket.io, and down below here, so we need to create actually we can say here io.sockets.emit. So we'll emit to an event, so order created, and we have the notification which has a status unread. The message is new order from user.name, right? And yeah, so we can have it like this. We can add the time. For the time, it's going to be date. So we can say new date. And we'll say io.sockets.emit will emit new order event and notification. So actually we don't need this one. We'll emit a new order with a notification. We do the same when we mark as shipped. So this will send it to the user that created the order. This one will be sent to the admin. All right. So down here, we say const notification equals. So we have an object status unread. So the message is order, so with the ID, shipped with success, and the time is the new date. And after that, we say io.sockets.emit. So we say notification. So the event is called notification. We send the notification object with the owner ID, so that it will only go to the owner ID. And we say user.notification.push. We add the notification. We say await user.save. All right. And now in the front end, so once we get the notification, we want to check that it's only for that specific user. So we say if user underscore ID is the same as user.id, use the dispatch. So we have const dispatch equals use dispatch, and we'll dispatch here a function that will call add notifications, and we'll take it from the user slice. So this here, the users, so we'll add notification here after the logout. So add notification. It takes a state in an action, and we say state that notifications, that's on shift action that payload, and we have the reset notifications. So the state, and we say state that notifications at for each, so we'll just reset it. So object, and we say object that status is red like this. Right, and then we can add it to our actions. So we have add notification and reset notifications, and we dispatch it here. So add notification coming from the slice with the message object, so msj object. And we have another one, right? So remember here we have when we ship it, we send the notification, but when there is a new order, we send as well the notification. So we say socket dot of new order dot on new order. So it takes a message object, and if user that is admin, which means this is only for admins to get notified that there is a new user, we dispatch add notification and with a message object. Okay. So now we need to have a second user account to test that. So we can test it. So this is a client account. I'm going to add this one to the cart. So address, country, let's pay, and we need to have Redux DevTools to see that it's actually getting called the dispatch. So let's pay. All right, so let's see, actually should be here. The admin user should be notified that there is, so you see there is a notification. Let's see. Right, and then you see that the payload here is new order from user 3, and this is the time, right? So it's working. You have the unread, you have the message and the time. All right, so now we can now show it, right? And now the way we show it is by going to the components, the navigation component, right? And then below the container, so we'll have here notifications. So we have a div, okay, div, the class name is notifications dash container, and we can say user. If there is a user notifications, we map to each notification and we return a paragraph with the class name. So it's going to be like this, and we say notification in the status. So it's going to be either notification unread or notification read. So notification dot status, and in between the paragraph we have the message. So notification message, and you can add a break here like this in between the inside the paragraph. So I can say here, and you have a span for the time notification, the time, right? And we need to place this absolutely. So we say style position is absolute. Right? So we need to have here the reference of the notification bell. And for that, we create a reference here. So we say const bell ref equals use ref of null, right? We need to have const notification ref still equals use ref, and we say null. Have state bell position set bell pos use state is going to be an empty object. So now we have a function here that we'll call const. It's not a function actually, it's an array. So we have unread notifications equals user notifications that reduce. So takes an accumulator and a current like this, and then so if current that status, actually let's remove this. The status is unread, so we return accumulator plus 1. This is to show how many messages do we have left, right, on the bell icon. So return, else we return the accumulator. So we'll count starting with 0. It will return actually a number. Okay, how many items, how many unread notifications we have. So we have a function we call handle toggle notification like this. We have the position equals bell ref that current get say bounding client rect. So we get the position like this. It's going to give us like x, y, and we say set bell pos to be the position. And then we say notifications ref that current that style display equals, so we will show it or not, it depends. So we say notification ref current at style display. So if it is block, we make it none, else we make it block, and we dispatch after that. So once you open the notifications, we will reset the notification, reset them, and then we update it. So Axios that post, we update the notification state users. So user make it backticks. ID, and we say update notifications. Right, so this is going to update it to be unread. And actually, we can say if the notifications greater than 1, right? We'll only do it. We don't want to do it every time we open notifications. So now let's place the notifications bell. We'll place it after the shopping cart. So we say here, if we have a user, actually we have it here. You can place it here before the drop down. Like this, right? And then we'll have it here. So we say now that link, the style, and we say position relative. On click, and I'll toggle notifications. All right, and then we'll place it here. So we say I, class name, FA bell. The reference is the bell ref, and the data count, you can say unread notifications, or if there is no, we say no, so we don't show anything. Okay, let's see what we have now. Having something here, let's see. All right, so now we need to hide the notifications tab by default. In our navigation.css, we add here notifications container, padding top 20 pixels, padding bottom 20 pixels, max height 200 pixels. So overflow, we say overflow y scroll, border 1 pixel, solid gray, background color white, padding left 20 pixels. So you can even just say padding 20 pixels. And the width 200 pixels. And the Z index is 99. Okay, so let's make sure that this navigation has the position relative. Yeah, so it's relative, but we haven't finished yet with this one. So we say the top is the bell position, the top, so sorry, the left is the bell pulse that left in the display, make it none. But let me just show you how it will. At this point, we see it is there, so we make it none like this. So when we click, now it doesn't show. Let's see why. Something is null. So line 28. Yeah, so because this is the notification ref, so we say ref is the notification ref. So now it should work. Yeah. And you can see here we have the orders. Okay. Now let's add the style for the red notifications and the unread notifications. So we say notification unread background color. You can put whatever you want. So I'll just say light green or light blue. Notification red. Actually, this is red, and the unread, say background color, light coral. Right. So now you have your notifications. One thing is that this time the time format needs to be changed. So let's change it. We just need to say split t 0 and then do the same. Say 1 and you add a space. Yep, this is a little bit better. So you have many ways to format your time. So you can just see whatever you want. All right. Now let's see if the admin user actually, because at this point only the admin user is receiving notifications. So for example, this user has no notifications, and we should put something if there is no notifications actually. Then add here something like this, and else. So we say we can just return a paragraph, no notifications. So let's say, yeah, sorry guys. We say here the user dot notifications dot length greater than 0, and then we can remove this second one. and then we put this here. And then we have another one here, and we say else, have a paragraph, no notifications yet. All right, so now it's either the notifications, or for this user, for example, no notifications yet. All right, so once we get the notification, let's say we go to our dashboard. What's going on again? Lots of links. $9.24. So let's say users like this. No. Let's put this actually an array. Yeah, should be an array here. Okay, make it an array. Let's say we go to our orders. We have one from user 3, and then we mark it as shipped. So user 3 should receive a notification. So mark shipped. IO is not defined. Yeah, we need to import IO here, the same. So let's put it here, and let's try again. So mark shipped. So it's shipped, and the user should receive a notification. Let's see. Yeah, so we have the order shipped with success, like this. It shouldn't be. It's doing it twice, probably because of that error. Let's try again. Okay. We should actually get something like the number of notifications here. Let's see. So now let's add this. As I was saying, so we can go back to the navigation.css and add here. So FAS data count, like this, and we say position relative, and we add the FAS data count after. So position, we say absolute. So right minus 0.75 em, top the same, content, we can say attribute with data counts, padding 0.5 em, border radius 10 em, line height 0.9 em, color is white, so background color, and say red. Pixel line is center, the min width 2 em and font bold 0.5 em sans serif. So you have these two ways, right? So this is the way we do it with CSS. So let's say we create an order. Let's create a new order. Or let's just change this navigation to be 10. It doesn't show the 10. Oh yeah, so actually it should be here. These are the square brackets, just data count. Yeah, so it should be 0.5, right? And then you can see here, right? Let's say FAS bell on size 1.5 em. FA bell. Yeah. 1.5. Right, so now at this point, once you let's replace the actual Android notifications. So let's try again. If you have an admin user, so let's make an order then. Yeah, so there is something here. Yeah, so the reason is because we don't have the reset notification route. So every time we also want to reset it in the backend. So let's create it for the user routes. Say here, date user notifications. So we say route to that post. So /ID update notifications. Have an async user request and response. Have ID equals request at params, and we try catch like this. So we have a user, find by ID, the user dot notifications dot for each. So for each notif, you can just say notif that status equals red, and we say user mark modified. We say notifications have been modified, and we await user.save, and we say rest.status 200 dot send. So we do the same res.status 100 dot send, so e.message. That way it's going to update the notifications to be red, so we don't have that issue again. Every time we refresh or add to cart, so it's going to send back the user, a new user with the notifications. So we don't want that. Right, but now we know that it's working because it's now resetting the notifications. And when you add to cart, let's refresh this up and make sure it's sending it to the right route. So if we say add to carts, look at notifications, we have not found. So update notifications. Let's see. Right, guys, so we are actually posting on, if you look at the network, if we add to cart, so we are getting back the user with its own, with its two notifications. You see here it's posting to local hosts, right? So that's the reason why. So let's look at this Axios should come from the file, so this one, right? So let's put back, wait, you don't have to change anything here. Let's try again now. It should now reset it. So if you get back the user, and now we should have something. So you're having bad request. Let's see the response for each of undefined. Let's see user routes. You have here a typo, should be notifications. Right, and now it should work. And now if I add to cart again, we don't have any notifications, even if we are updating the user, but the user's notification has been read already. So that's why we don't have anything. Yeah, so let's remove this. Go back and let's make sure that the notifications are working correctly. If I make an order, we should have a notification on the admin side. So if I add to cart and then I go to the cart page, so address, country, so we start with for so pay. So we should have a notification from for the admin. As you can see, we have it, right? This is the time, exact time that I made the order. But we are having it twice, so we need to know, we need to see why. Yeah, this is a bug. And the same, so if I so update my order, so we have one here. If I mark it as shipped, we should have it on the user side. So mark as shipped, and now you should have here the notification. But we are having it twice, and we'll correct that issue. But yeah, as you can see, we are having notifications working. Now let's see why it doesn't show. It's showing twice here. Right, guys, so the reason it was showing the notification twice was because of what we have here. So we have the React strict mode here in I think it's in the index.js. We had it like strict mode, something like this, right? So this was making the notification twice because we have a use effect. So now, even if it won't be the case in a prod, so you can just remove it. Okay, if you want to have notifications just once. Yeah, and then it should work. So now let's have, so we have the admin account, we have the user account. So I added this new product. If I add it to the cart, right, so we need to refresh it. But yeah, so now if I add it to the cart, say address and country. So let's say let's pay. You should get the notification once, right? from the admin user, and we have the this new order from user one. And yeah, because I didn't refresh the user, yeah, but it had previous notification. Now, if I go back to the admin page dashboard, so look at the orders, and I can mark this one as shipped, and it should be received by the user. It should be just one notification, right? The next thing is actually making this bigger if there is no products. So let's make it bigger. So we go to the cart page, and let's remove this 7 here, all right? And we'll only show this. So this has to move up. It has to wrap the whole column so that it will only show if there are products in our page. So now if we go to the cart, you see now it's taking the full width, and if we have products, oh, we are still having issues here. All right, so we'll solve that. But if we have products, so we can go and you see that it's taking now only the widths. Let's make sure. Let's see why. Have the call. This one should not be called MD7 if we remove it. Yep. So let's say record form. Yeah, this one shouldn't be like this. We just have one column here. So if we go to the cart, yeah, so it's taking the full width. All right, so that one has been solved. But now if we are having the same issue as before, which means if you add to the cart, oh, it's working. So let's try again. Let's add this one to the cart, add it again. We are having some notifications here coming back, but now, yeah, it's working. Okay, let's make sure it's sending. So if you have, let's say, a new notification, so let's, for example, mark this one as shipped, should get one notification. And if you refresh, now the product our cart. Let's see why. So it's right, guys. So not easy to find. Should be just greater than or equal to 1, because that were making this application buggy. So if it is greater than or equal to 1, or you can just say greater than 0, right? We will update the notifications. So now, so if we add to the cart, right, and then we'll read this one. If we add to the cart again, you see that it's been updated, so we don't have issues. We don't have issues anymore. All right. So let's try again. And actually, so let's see here. Actually, instead of pushing to the notifications, we should unshift. So let's say so that it appears every time at the top. Yeah, for example, when you create an order, right? So here it should be unshift like this instead of push, so that it's being added as the first one to the first place. We'll end this video talking about the pagination. So the pagination is something you can add to this app. For example, I added a pagination so on the orders page to show you that it's possible. So you will find the code in the link I'll share. So it's the GitHub repository. So it has functions to go to the next page, to go to the previous page, or to change the page. You have as well here, depending on a variable that we'll call, I mean, not a variable, but a prop that we'll call table pagination. It will either show the paginated data, or it will wrap it around the div and show the title at the same time. You will see why I'm putting it like this, but just copy this code, right, and put it in your pagination. So I can show you how to do what's next. You have as well the CSS for the pagination. Let me just remove this one. The CSS for the pagination. You can copy the CSS as well. Yeah, make sure you link it then, and you can use it anywhere you want in the application. But I'm just showing you where you can use it. For example, uh, for the orders admin page. So the pagination. So here in the T body, we will put the pagination here. So actually, it will take all the orders as a data, right? The render component is something new. So it's a component that will get rendered. In this case, we create a function and we just put whatever was in between this T body, right? So this was actually in the T body, right? And the view order. So we just put it in a component because this is what gets rendered every time, right? So we need a new row for every order. Yeah, and then it takes a page limit, so I just put 1, right? So that we can just see 1 page. There are limit 10, so it means how many rows we have here. So we have 10 rows. This is the limit. And as before, so we say that this is a pagination for the table. So it doesn't add any title to our table or any extra div. Okay. So this is how you do the pagination for a table, and you can do it for let's say the products, right? You can do it for the orders. So if you wanted to do it for the products, so let me show you how we can do it for the products. I will just create here. So I can just copy this, go to the products page. We say dashboard products. And instead of having this, so this is what we will actually modify. So we can put it in between the T body like this. We will import our pagination. Okay. And we say here products. Now what we'll render is the table row, right? So we can create a function, make sure you have it inside this function. Say function table row. And it will take, it is like a component, so it returns this whole thing, right? You can just paste it here. Instead of having this map, we just return the table row. Okay, so say return. Now, instead of having product, right, we can just have here, we're using the structure. So pictures, ID, name, price. And we can remove this. Right, so product, say ID. here as well. And 25 should be ID. Okay. And we can say here, if you want to have two, or we can just have one. Data limit, if we say 5, just as an example. So you see now, we have 5 products. If you go to the next one, you see that, okay, this is the 6 products, right? So that's how we do it. You can do it for the orders. You can do it for the products here, the products page. So in that case, you would have to say it's a table pagination. So let me show you actually. You can go to the pages. So category page and the same. We have the pagination. And here we have the products search like this. The component, now we can say product search, and then we create it. So we say function product search, and it will just return this actually. So we return the product preview. Let's remove this. Import the pagination. So here we'll have to change and then take this. Use the structuring. So we say ID is ID, category is category, name is the name, and we say pictures. Okay. So we remove this div. And now we say here it's not a table pagination, so we say false. And yeah, so you have your products, right? So that's how you do the pagination. And yeah, so that's it for this video. I hope you learned. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel for the next videos. You can share it with your friends as well. And I'll see you in the next videos.